celebration as we discuss this capacity building activity, and we employ all the participants to make valuable use of this training towards mitigating the menace of antimicrobial resistance globally and nationally across all levels. So once again, I welcome all to this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, representative of DGNC. So we'll go next on the agenda is a goodwill message from the Fleming Fund Country Grant. I can see Blessing Stephen online. So Blessing, over to you for your goodwill message. Please, Blessing, can you unmute yourself?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, just to preserve the bandwidth, I wouldn't be showing my video, but it's with great pleasure that I join other key note speakers and to welcome everyone to this all-important, very important meeting. The Fleming Fund Country Grant has been working very closely and very proud of our Fleming Fund fellows in Nigeria, especially those of our fellows within the animal health sector. I think we have about three, four or thereabouts of them. We have had several engagements, several collaborations in our plannings, and most importantly, that the institutional capacity of the Fleming Fund country interventions generally will be domiciled within the fellows, ensuring and enshrining sustainability in terms of capacity building post the life cycle of the Fleming Fund grant. I think it's very crucial. And I'm very glad that the government of Nigeria, that is through the Federal Ministry of Agri and the NCDC, as well as the Ministry of Environment, has been very supportive of our program, and particularly the work of the fellows, and I'm integrating that, into the overall health systems within our various sectors. So it's my pleasure to join this training. I'm very happy the invitation is extended to me, and I'll be here all through learning and contributing as much as I can. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Blessing. Next on our agenda is the overview program is entirely the ground of anti-fellowship, and I'll be inviting Dr. Abiodun Ebweni from Nigeria Center for Disease Control to make this presentation. Biodun, over to you. Okay, before Biodun comes up to the microphone, one of our fellows just walked in. Please, can you come and introduce yourself to the house? Yourself.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, sirs. My name is Dr. Charles Emeju. I'm an EMR surveillance fellow for animal health sector. Thank you very much.
My name is Idowu Fagbamila.
Welcome, Dr. Idowu. Is there any other fellow online? Emmanuel, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me now? Good morning.
Yes, we can.
All right. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Emmanuel. I'm on the human health and animal antimicrobial surveillance Fleming conference.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Emma, are you there? Emma Eken, are you there? She's not. Okay. That's one of our fellows. Okay, that's one of our fellows at the National Reference Lab as well. So we're waiting for Biodun. So after Biodun finishes with our presentation, we'll take a group photograph and then we'll have tea. Good morning, everyone. So I'll just discuss what the Fleming Fund Fellowship while the presentation is coming up. So in Nigeria, the Fleming Fund grant started in 2019, and at that time we had a scoping and positioning activity to see where the Fleming Fund could support Nigeria. And after the grant was written in 2019, So in 2019, we also got the grant, both for the country grant and the fellowship. And for the fellowship scheme, the aim of the fellowship was to provide support and mentoring to all professional fellows. So the plan was to have key fellows in AMR and AMU surveillance. For the Fleming Fund scheme, AMR and antimicrobial use are the key areas that the grant is supporting. And the whole cost of the grant, I think, is £256 million, if I'm not mistaken. And there are several countries that are being supported in Nigeria. So the fellowship stream of work is to provide support and mentoring to fellows in selected countries within some host institutions. And the aim is to improve One Health collaboration, including the design of a collaborative project among fellows. So the plan is to improve capacity across the One Health spectrum, then to contribute to capacity building in beneficiary institutions by facilitating and contributing to the professional communities of practice across One Health units, and improve the use and interpretation of AMR and AMU data. So the fellowship is being implemented in Nigeria by 2 host institutions and 7 beneficiary institutions. The host institutions are outside Nigeria, and they are Public Health England and Denmark Technical University. From Public Health England, there are 4 AMR laboratory fellowships, and for Denmark Technical University, there are 6 AMR AMU surveillance fellowships. A lot of our directors have alluded to that. So for the Public Health England, NCDC, University of Ibadan for animal health, UCH for human health, and NBRI are the beneficiary institutions, and they are paired with the Public Health England. While for Denmark Technical University, we have from NCDC 2 fellows, from NAVDAP 1 fellow, and from AGRI 3 fellows paired with the Denmark Technical University. And these institutions, the beneficiary institutions, were identified after consultation with the national stakeholders. So from NCDC, myself, Emmanuel, Eme, and under the AMR Surveillance Fellowship, joined by Nyadebi from HAP, Dr. Charles, Mabel, our Professor Victoria, AMR Surveillance Fellowship. Then for AMU ANC, that is Antimicrobial Use and Consumption Surveillance Fellowship, that is Dr. Damilola Biodadeosi, and for animal health, we have So what have we been doing so far? We have monthly mentoring meetings with our host institutions where we have knowledge sharing.
We also have monthly meetings amongst all the fellows. So all Nigerian fellows meet, fellows, where we actually share and present what we're doing in Nigeria also with other fellows in other countries. And so far, 2 of the fellows have presented. Also participate in numerous webinars and meetings. There was also a media launch last year and this year at the instance of Her Excellency the British High Commissioner, and it was to promote awareness of the UK government investments and activities across all stakeholders in the country. And Dr. Mabel actually gave a talk on behalf of the fellows, expressing our gratitude and what we have learned so far. We also participated in the World One Health Congress, the virtual one, 30th November and October to 2nd November, where 5 fellows presented their work, abstracts and presentations. There have also been partnership meetings and symposiums where several fellows have presented. And one of the key outputs for the project is an individual project and collaborative project. Individual project is supposed to select your population, collect data, and select based on your stream. So for your surveillance fellow, you collect site samples, ask some questions. If you are on antimicrobial use fellow, you collect information on antimicrobial use in the community, collect your data. And this data set is supposed to provide evidence of what is occurring in Nigeria, because we do know that in Africa and including Nigeria, data still remains an issue. So all of us have individual projects, and currently we are also supposed to collaborate with each other. So 2 fellows, that's Dr. Mabel and Dr. Dami, have actually commenced field work, and I think Dr. Mabel has and actually so it just shows that the fellowship is actually working as it should. And our next steps, one of our key next steps was to have a step-down training to our beneficial institutions, which we are doing today. Continue ongoing mentoring and knowledge sharing. Continue to network with others on AMR and AMU, even beyond Nigeria. Hold seminars with other mentors and fellows. And also identify areas for integrated programming, both for the Fleming Fund streams of work. So Fleming Fund has the country grants, the regional grants, and the fellowships. So we have to so that we leverage and the community as we have in Nigeria. Next thing on the agenda is a group photograph. So where do we have it, please? The picture in there.
Let's put it back from back.
Thank you.
So this will be our please wear your mask. Don't remove your mask from the photograph. That's COVID-19 guidelines. We don't take off masks.
Huh? Which one?
Please, this is our background for our picture. So that it's in our photograph. Whoever is our photographer.
Okay, this what do you call it? Okay.
working outside and while we are doing the process.
But not much, you can snap it.
You can snap it, not much. Okay. Thank you. But should we put this here or is it okay like this?
I think they can. If you can shift the tail, since you want the banana. Even if you don't shift the tail, can't you take it, slant it to capture this?
Just to capture this.
You know what I mean? And they will capture it. You can slant it a little.
Please, sir.
No, they will cut it.
Come and sit down.
You don't need to cut. You can slant it.
Please, can we come for the group photograph?
Come and sit.
Yeah.
Hello.
Everybody, the video is not showing anymore. Why is it not showing?
The video. The video is my iPad. I stopped the video.
Okay, so iPad you're using?
Yes.
Not.
Michael, can you hear me?
Okay.
So Michael.
You're taking a good photograph.
So can we sort out the video bit now? Which system is presenting? Can we connect that to the system? And then let's have the error.
Hello, Emmanuel, can you hear me? It's time for the pre-test. Can you put on the polls for those online? For online participants, thank you. So please, online participants, you need to answer the questions on the screen.
Emmanuel, this is here.
It's on.
Thank you.
It's on.
I can see.
The camera for this laptop is not working.
Which camera? We're not using laptop camera.
Camera for this laptop. No, you still have to show the
We're
video.
not using laptop camera. No,
Okay.
no, you sorry. I know I see you are AMR secretariat. There's a Michael working with you. He's the one, it's his iPad that is the camera. But the system that is displaying, the system that is making the presentation, we need to see the presentation.
You have a fellow that will be
The presentation they gave me is here.
introduce herself. Josephine, where are you?
Let me share the.
Josephine, where are you? Please introduce yourself.
Should I share?
You can share it from the main screen now.
Introduce yourself to.
You can go to share this presentation.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Josephine Gatua. I am a fellow under the Overseas Development Institute in the AMR track in the Fleming. Thank you.
Yeah, what? For being part of our training.
So,
online. And they're already doing their polls, so we need to do ours.
No, not that. That's
ours is going to be
just that this.
Okay, that's the thing.
Cancel this.
What?
This is the poll. This is the
So is this the one I should drag?
Better. So let's have this as the backdrop. Let this be steady on the screen. Thank you.
Okay. As a backdrop.
Yes, let it stay on the screen.
Okay.
Michael at the venue. That's Michael supporting. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Emmanuel.
Okay, the spotlight thing you're talking about, we are a cool group. You can actually that
okay, I'm a group.
AMR
Am
system. Which system is signed in as AMR secretariat? Okay. You can do that spotlight. Yes.
Okay, I've seen. Okay.
Yes,
I'm
AMR secretariat has been a cool. For online creation, so I'm hoping I'm able to complete it. Is it 10 minutes?
Yes, 10 minutes for the test.
Okay, so for those of us online, we would use the first about 6-7 minutes for 1 to 10, and then the last 3 minutes for 11 to 15. Thank you. Over.
Emmanuel, are you hearing me?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
It says 15 minutes.
Okay, so 10 minutes for 1 to 10, then 5 minutes for 11 to 10.
Yes, better. Thank you.
So that's for those of us online. Yeah.
Yes, that's for the online participants. Yeah, you regulate their time. Thank you.
is someone from.
So to see other questions, you have to scroll up. You put you go around the pool, you scroll up. You scroll up. And then you see the other
Admin,
questions.
I need, it's not responding.
It's not responding.
Okay, so perhaps you log out and log back.
Okay, I can see Emme. Emme, can you introduce yourself? Emme, can you introduce yourself?
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Eme Ekeng. I'm a Fleming Fund Fellow for Laboratory Human Health Option. Thank you. And I work with Nigerian Center for Disease Control. Thank you.
You're welcome.
participation in this training. So that at the end of the training, when we assess the knowledge after the training, we have improved. So please, let's concentrate, let's keep our focus, and then let's take it to a very serious. We really need to put our effort in it. We really need to put our class in front. We're going to Nigeria forward. Are we done? We still have 2 minutes to go. We're done, we can submit.
Please, I can let me say this. Each of the options have an answer. That is option 2 or 4.
Yeah, each of the option has an option. Each of the answer options requires. Imam, is that the same thing you did for the polls? I think so.
Each of the options have an answer.
Your name and I think about it. Kabiru. Chetima. Vivian. Right to the phone, right? Sorry, Adebayo. They have like 2 minutes. True or false, because that is the instruction. The class said false, and then you are now picking one answer. That gives you many ones. Okay, 5 more minutes so that you can answer the questions as expected.
For those online, and you have to double invest in. Thank you, so I think we have about 10 so 10 minutes of 10 minutes. Once
Okay, so I gave them time. You know, we need to assess their level. No? We now assess that. If you are done with your 40, it's time to, we have things to, then we go into our technical session. Please, if you are done, submit, and then go for tea. We have 20 minutes for tea, then we begin technical session. Thank you. tea is ready. If you're finished, you can submit. Emmanuel, please end the poll now. We are done with pretest. End the poll and take it off the screen. Thank you. So we'll take a break for 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes for our tea, and then we'll come up for the technical session. So let's start getting ready, especially our first presenter. Prof, please start getting ready. Next 20 minutes, you'll be making your presentation. Thank you. Prof Ma, please get ready for your presentation in the next 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma, for confirming. Some housekeeping. I know what have been trying to locate where the convenience is. Please tell us. Good morning, everybody. So if you want to go to the convenience, you go down where you're having tea. There's a set of stairs. You go down, turn to your right. There's a door facing you. Go out, and then you follow the directions on the wall. There are papers posted with directions to the restroom. Thank you.
Where can one trash? Who? Who will trash it? Who will trash it?
Later he will come and pick it. I wanted to do something like that. He said no.
He will pick it. Okay, well, this is for tissue. Or what? My license. I'm not Remita, I want to go and look for that Remita.
Okay, welcome back from tea break.
this thing, let's cover it. This thing was supposed to be something.
So this is a skill, so that's why it's okay, no problem. Okay, so next on our agenda. So next on our agenda is tackling AMR using the One Health approach. Please let's sit down. And to take this for us is Professor Victoria Adetunji. Prof. Ma, are you on?
Yes, I'm on. Allow me to
Prof.
share
Ma,
my screen,
there?
please. I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. Allow me to share my screen, please.
Please go ahead to share your screen.
Go ahead. You can share.
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I want to thank the Nigerian Fleming Fellows for giving me the opportunity to be part of this technical session. I'm presenting on tackling antimicrobial resistance using the One Health approach. I'm a laboratory animal health fellow. By way of introduction, antimicrobial resistance is an issue of global public health concern.
Now we can see.
It occurs when bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites no longer respond to medicines or antimicrobials. Common infections become harder to treat. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Prof.
Okay. Yes. And there's an increasing risk of disease spread. I can't hear what you're saying, please.
Start all over again. Your network was breaking, so we've lost you for some minutes, for some seconds.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry for that itch. Resistance using the One Health approach. Antimicrobial resistance is an issue of global public health concern. It occurs in bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites that no longer respond to medicines or antimicrobials. Common infections also become very hard to treat. There's also the increasing risk of disease spread and severe illness and death. This situation has led to the emergence of superbugs, such as the methicillin-resistant Staph aureus, extremely drug-resistant tuberculosis, extended spectrum beta-lactam resistance in many enteric bacteria. NIL 2016 reported 700,000 deaths annually due to antimicrobial resistance, and it projected at least 10 million deaths by 2050. This is just showing us the enormous issue of antimicrobial resistance before us. What is the situation of antimicrobial resistance in Nigeria? Nigeria accounts for 60% of volume of health products consumed in ECOWAS sub-region, but has limited regulatory capacity. Manufacturers and importers have vertical drug distribution channels for wholesalers, retailers, and hospitals with minimal government supervision. So the issue of enforcement is still a very big gap. Medicines are often sold in unregistered and unlicensed premises, and in many cases by non-pharmacists. Currently, the US Food and Drug Administration has released a new guideline that has changed the status of animal antimicrobials from the over-the-counter prescription, from over-the-counter to prescription antimicrobials. Of course, if we look around, this is still not being completely enforced. We're looking out to the government and the different institutions to help us with enforcement of this new guideline to make veterinary drugs as prescription drugs. In a review of antimicrobial resistance in food animals by Olosho 2018, he reported an increase in the problem of antimicrobial resistance nationwide, despite a slight increase in awareness programs. There's multiple drug resistance in at least 48 studies which was reviewed, and 18 bacterial species were involved in these resistant profiles. Higher percentage of resistance to antibiotics, of beta-lactams, derivatives of third and fourth generation quinolones were also reported. Similarly, myself and my team, we had a review on antimicrobial resistance in poultry and aquaculture. The aquaculture sector is have currently worrisome practices that is actually helping to spread the issue of antimicrobial resistance because of the current use of extra-label antibiotics for treatment in the aquaculture. There's need for more research to be able to determine specific drugs that are needed to treat in disease conditions in the aquaculture sector. We reported multi-drug resistance in 45 studies reviewed. Highest resistance was included in tetracycline, the beta-lactams, especially the penicillins. As we can see in the next chart, the ampicillin, augmentin, and amoxicillins were all had very high resistance. Our study on the antibiogram of E. coli 026, this was a study involving raw milk samples from nomadic Fulani settlements. We found high resistance also to third generation cephalosporins and carbapenems, and we had 100% resistance to beta-lactams. This was very worrisome. And in this study, we did have 3 replicates, which actually affirmed our findings. We also reported 95% resistance to tetracycline. Tetracycline, I understand, is being sold even in bowls, Congo. They call it the red and white drug. You know, it is used unabatedly, you know, it's just used. Some even take it to say, oh, I want to become strong, so let me just take tetracycline to become strong. Another study showed evidence of unprescribed use of antibiotics in poultry and a failure to observe antibiotic withdrawal periods. And it's even interesting that some of our colleagues, the vet doctors, are culpable in this regard, because in the last year antimicrobial resistant campaign we had, we actually saw some vets treating animals that were put up for sale. Significance of animal health and production in emergence of antimicrobial resistance. The emergence of antimicrobial resistance in livestock population is connected to the emergence of antimicrobial resistance in bacterial populations that colonize and infect humans. In an earlier study which we had on staph aureus, specifically the methicillin-resistant staph aureus in the abattoir environment, where we took nasal swab samples from the abattoir workers and also nasal swab samples from the cattle that were meant for slaughter, we observed epidemiological linkages between the isolates from the human, the abattoir workers, and the animals. And this also emphasizes the role of zoonosis in the spread of antimicrobial resistance. Having in mind the animals and food animal origin, which are important vehicles of transmission of resistant bacteria. Currently, we have poor hygienic methods of processing. As we can see, this is a crowded slaughterhouse in Ibadan here. Transportation of meat on the head. Aborted fetuses are being used by some restaurants, you know, for making of pepper soup. It's interesting that, you know, aborted fetuses could be, you know, that may have had, sorry for that, that may have had some brucellosis in it, is being used for pepper soup. And we have diseased animals, and part of diseased animals also used for processing. So this also underscores the need to actually control to actually enforce hygiene in processing to reduce disease burden. The significance of One Health for antimicrobial resistant control. AMR is complex. It is multifaceted problem requiring a One Health approach. One Health is multidisciplinary approach that is crucial for improving the efficiency of antimicrobial resistant research in terms of surveillance, prevalence and control, systems, including epidemiologists, pharmacists, environmental specialists, and now even the behavioral studies involving sociologists is essential here, because currently the Amosu Abattoir in Ibadan, there is a mechanized railing system, is not being fully utilized. What is the reason for this? Are there cultural issues that are linked to this? That's why there's a need for a multifaceted approach to the control of antimicrobial resistance. Antimicrobials used in animals are most of the time similar to those used for humans. So through the consumption of food, contaminated food of animal origin, contamination of the environment, we have issues of improper disposal of antibiotic waste or expired antibiotics, where antibiotic containers are just discarded on the ground. In preparation for our One Health project, I visited some poultry farms yesterday with my colleague, and we found liters of antibiotic containers on the various farms we visited. A study we had earlier showed levels of tetracycline in Eleyele River. I'm sure most of you in Ibadan will know where Eleyele River is. For a long time, I didn't want to publish this data because I was wondering, how did tetracycline get into Eleyele River? But now, with other studies, we now found that the issue of proper disposal, improper disposal of antimicrobials lead to antimicrobials getting into various water bodies. And this Eleyele River is being used, for the populace. So this just points to the fact that we need to really think out of the box in this issue of antimicrobial resistance. Resistant bacteria does not recognize geographic or human animal borders. Our chicken isolates had similar that the group isolated in, they're actually related. And this finding is also supported by our study in Odetokun et al. 2018 in methicillin-resistant staph aureus. Epidemiological linkages between human isolates and animal isolates. There's need to integrate animal, human, and environmental health systems. Sociology, as I said earlier, behavioral aspects, the drivers of human behavior within the system. What is making people do what they do? We need to come to that point in our collaboration. Now, this illustration just depicts the importance of One Health approach to the problem, to solving the problem of antimicrobial resistance. Aquaculture, I said earlier, it's a sector that needs a lot of attention in terms of research that will identify drugs that should be used for treatment of disease conditions in the aquaculture. And so that the issue of use of extra-label drugs will not be encouraged. Plants are also exposed to residues from manure excreta. We also have the animals eating up the plants. These three species, the aquaculture, the plants, and the cattle, are being consumed by the entire public. We have exposure, contamination of the environment through urine and excreta. We have exchange of resistant bacteria in this regard. And we have direct spread through runoff during erosion. The pharmaceutical industries are also involved. How do they manage waste after production? Is the contamination of the environment being curbed in this regard? We need to look inward. One Health approach to antimicrobial resistance. WHO, FAO, and OIE speak with one voice and take collective action to minimize the emergence and spread of antimicrobial resistance. Their aim is to ensure that antimicrobial agents continue to be effective and useful for curing diseases in humans and animals, promote prudent and responsible use of antimicrobial agents, and ensure global access to medicines of good quality. Now, the quality of antimicrobials coming in for human treatment and animal treatment, do they contain the appropriate active ingredients that they should have? Or are they under doses? There's need to improve awareness of antimicrobial resistance to every class and strata of the general community. By this, I mean that the awareness should also go to this grassroots, the day-old chick marketer who injects antibiotics, to improve on livability. Does he know the reason why this is wrong? The cattle trader. So for surveillance, monitoring of antimicrobial resistance and antimicrobial use in food, animals, and agriculture. Now, talking about our methods for surveillance, microbial methods, there's need to develop more rapid methods that will help in diagnosis. This will discourage professionals, the veterinary doctors and human doctors, that use combination of antibiotics while waiting for evidence-based diagnosis. So if you have more rapid deaths, this is going to help. So there's need to strengthen capacity in rapid testing of antimicrobial resistance. There's need to strengthen governance. There are a lot of rules, guidelines, and policies in place to help with the enforcement of this. Promoting good practices in food and agriculture. This is a duty for all of us, myself inclusive. Animal production, there's need to minimize the use of antibiotics in animal production. The use of preventive measures, ensuring biosecurity and biosafety in our farms. Do we have dips at the entrance of each farm to prevent introduction of pathogens? Do we clean the litter at the appropriate time? What is the distance between the disposal point of the waste to where the birds are, to the bird pens? Vaccinations, the use of probiotics. I advocate for the use of probiotics to prevent a lot of diseases, more so because probiotics do not bioaccumulate, and they are simply beneficial organisms that can be used to treat various diseases. There's still need for more research in the efficacy of these in human and animal, but there's empirical evidence that these are effective for control of various pathogens, especially for listeria in one of our studies. If we have healthy animals, healthy human beings, healthy environment, there will not be any need for the presence of antibiotic residues or antibiotic use. I want to just highlight a few important considerations in the control of antibiotic resistance. We need to strengthen human and animal health surveillance and monitoring for resistant organisms. We shouldn't monitor or get samples when there's an outbreak. The surveillance system should be a continuous process that on use and outcomes, and that we ensure good outcomes of treatment infection control programs, development of new antimicrobial agents. There's need for research in innovative therapeutic approaches, development of rapid diagnostic tests and new vaccines, which I mentioned earlier, educational programs that target professional groups and the public. It's interesting that some of our colleagues that are vets and human medics are involved in the spread of this antimicrobial resistant menace. Just so there's need for a re-education, a re-enlightenment on this. There's need for alternatives to antibiotics, as I mentioned earlier, probiotics. The issue of biofilm development, biofilm control. Organisms have become so wise that they've developed mechanisms that will help them to persist in the environment so that they don't die. They grow in an extracellular matrix that protects them from hazardous conditions, even including sanitizers and antibiotics. And what can control biofilm? Proper sanitation, scrubbing of surfaces, and using appropriate surfaces for food processing. We encourage the use of stainless steel surfaces and smooth plastic surfaces for food processing rather than wood. Wood, we absorb a lot of pathogens and encourage biofilm development. What is our role as an institution? By institution, I mean the veterinary teaching hospital. I mean NAVDAC. I mean the relevant departments in each parastatal, the environmental health specialist. There's need for capacity building in each of these sectors, retraining and retraining. There's need to generate accurate data, collaboration between these departments. There's need for the veterinary teaching hospital in the various universities to take a lead in harnessing various relevant departments in research that is geared towards control of antimicrobial resistance. I'm hoping that at this webinar, we'll be able to identify more opportunities for collaboration in this regard. Dr. Abiodun has already spoken on Fleming, the role of Fleming Fund, so I'm not going to spend time on that. How do we turn the tide against the menace of antimicrobial resistance? We are in this together. A One Health approach to changing our habits on antibiotics. As patients, as doctors, ensuring evidence-based prescription. As patients, ensuring that we take the complete dose of our drugs, the complete dose and complete duration. As animal keepers, as veterinarians, playing our own role. How do we prevent the spread of antimicrobial resistance? I'm sure some other speakers are going to elaborate more on this. I'll just touch on each of the topics just briefly. Prudent use of antimicrobials, evidence-based prescription. Antimicrobials should not be used as growth promoters and egg boosters. In most of the farms we visited, every farm except one administered antibiotics to their birds, even without any testing. Feed mills should stop putting in antimicrobials in feeds. Good hygiene and sanitation, hygienic measures during slaughter and meat processing, and the need for continuous surveillance of resistant pathogens, continuous surveillance for residues, so that we can if we identify any problem, we can nip it in the bud before it explodes. These are some of my selected references. I want to appreciate Fleming Fund for the opportunity to be trained. I appreciate my mentor, Roderick Card, who is at the Animal and Plant Health Agency. I appreciate my collaborators, the Nigerian Fleming Fellows, my students, and other colleagues, Federal Ministry of Agriculture, the NCDC, WHO, FAO, OIE. Thank you for steering the course to controlling antimicrobial resistance in Nigeria. Thank you for listening. Over. Hello?
Yes, I'm
Hello?
sure they are trying to connect. I can hear you. I'm sure they are trying to connect.
Hello, Ma, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. Please, Ma, still stay on the line. We will have a point for discussion where we will take questions. Please, can you stop sharing your screen now? Thank you. So next on the agenda, we have our next presentation by Dr. Abiodun Igwenyu. Abiodun, please, where are you? Yeah? Okay, so Dr. Daniela Adewusi from NAFDAC to make our presentation. Okay, so we are going to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Dr. Abiodun Adewusi from NAFDAC, Fleming Fund Fellow with NAFDAC. So she'll be making her presentation now. And let's just sit back and wait for her. Thank you. So we are sorry. I'll just copy it now. Okay, so thank you everyone. We are sorry. It's not supposed to be my turn to talk, but some of my colleagues are not ready. So I want to fill in the gap. I am Dr. Daniela Adewusi. I'm a Fleming Fund Fellow on antimicrobial use and consumption surveillance in Nigeria. And myself and my other colleagues, sometimes last year, we're taking to have some kind of experience of what actually happens in some other clients to understand how they've been able to control and are still fighting antimicrobial resistance, because it's something that all of us are still fighting. We are not yet there globally.
America is still fighting, the whole of Europe is still fighting. Nigeria, we are just crawling, but I know we'll still get there. So we're taking there to understand how things, how they started, understand their challenges, and of course, to help us in setting up our own surveillance system. We don't have, I'm sure we've all heard what Professor Adetuji just told us about antimicrobial resistance now. If there's any gay area, we are all here to, shed more light on, because we know that we had issues with the internet and all that. We are all here to shed more light and to make you understand better what we are all talking about, because antimicrobial resistance is not what I can do alone or what you can do alone. It's what we can all do to make sure that we win the fight against antimicrobial resistance. Let's flash back to our days of biology. We all know what a living thing is. And one of the properties of living things is that they always strive to survive. We are all living things. We all strive to survive. The same thing applies to all these antimicrobials, be it bacteria, viruses, fungi. They also want to survive. So when we try to treat them with a particular compound, with a particular medicine, they kind of, put up their own defense mechanism and change whatever we try to use in fighting them. And those things they become insensitive to those things. And that's why we have antimicrobial resistance. And like I always say, we are fond of saying, oh, I bought a particular drug and it is not working. No, sometimes we need to ask ourselves several questions. What have I been doing with this drug? Not even myself alone. What has people around me been doing with that particular drug? Because you could say, I'm taking all my drugs the way I'm supposed to take them. I'm following the regimen, I'm following the dosage, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. But the funny thing about this is this. You can as well be infected with a resistant strain from another individual. So it is not all about what you do or what anybody does. It's all about what we all do collectively, because even if I'm doing the right thing, somebody out there can be doing the wrong thing and still infect me with a resistance. I want to quickly share a personal story, which is a very, very bitter one for me. I lost my father to antimicrobial resistant tuberculosis. And what happened? When tuberculosis becomes antimicrobial, when it becomes resistant, you try so many drugs on the individual, and you see that by the time you're taking so many drugs, and you are, of course, we were spending more money, staying longer in the hospital, and at the same time, endangering his life because we're more stronger, and that also had effect on his health. And eventually we lost him. That was some 13 years ago. And since then, I've always said that if there's anything, I'd want to be part of the force that will put a stop to this globally, because it's not all about what we do in Nigeria alone. I can hit here in the morning in Nigeria and defecate in America by evening. So we take pathogens and we take diseases all around the world. So let me get back to my presentation. Will I have to use my hand to change? Right? You can be changed for me. Okay. Okay, so like I rightly said, I'm be talking on antimicrobial use, consumption, surveillance in Nigeria. You can go on to the next slide. No, put it on presentation mode. Full screen. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We all talk about antimicrobial use because I am a fellow on antimicrobial use, and of course, what we use antimicrobial for is for therapy. We are supposed to be sick before we take antimicrobials. Be tested before we take antimicrobials. So antimicrobial therapy are for infected patients that can make the difference between cure and death or a long-term disability. I've actually explained this even with my personal experience. But unfortunately, what you and I have been doing, our misuse and maybe some use too,
has driven this particular relentless expansion of resistant microbes. Whatever we've been doing has actually contributed to development and the spread of antimicrobial resistance. And this has actually lost to the efficacy of these our miracle drugs, because when Fleming found what we call penicillin back in the days, we were all happy. And penicillin was working like magic. It became a miracle drug. It was saving life. But right now, we now realize that even penicillin doesn't do the work anymore. It is not because penicillin is no more good. It is because the microbes that are causing diseases have gained resistance, has gained power not to allow penicillin to work on them anymore. So that's what we are having. And that's what actually led us to the development of antimicrobial resistance. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what are antimicrobial resistance? I think Prof was able to explain this to us very well. But in a very short, let me just summarize. Antimicrobial resistance, commonly called AMR. If you hear anybody say AMR, it is antimicrobial resistance. It occurs when bacteria, viruses, fungal parasites change over time and no longer respond to medicines. I've explained this even before I started my presentation. This, of course, makes infections very, very, very hard to treat, and it increases the risk of disease spread and severe illnesses and death. We don't want to die. Professor Boderi actually gave us a story about a man that they treated sometimes in the teaching hospital, where he just had a cut. And from that cut, the cut got infected with the resistant strain, and they kept treating the man, and eventually he died from that cut. Just a slight cut, nothing else, but it was infected with a resistant strain, and he eventually died. So it becomes very risky, and it can spread from person to person, and of course, it can even lead to death. Like, okay, from my diagram, you could see the antimicrobials punching out our drugs, which is exactly what is happening right now. We are all shouting about COVID-19. It is very deadly, of course, I know, but at the same time, antimicrobial is deadlier. Like this is more scary. Like when it explodes, it's like a time bomb that is waiting to explode. We don't want it to explode. Next slide, please. So now, naturally, like I said, we are all living things. We want to survive. So resistance will naturally occur, even without us misusing or even, but it will take a while. And at that time, it could give, maybe some allowance for our research and development angle of pharmaceutical companies to develop new antimicrobials. But right now, we don't even, you see a particular new drug being produced now, and in the next couple of months, like 2-3 months, we already have resistant strains against them. Now imagine the amount of money, millions of dollars that would have gone into the development of that drug. And in the next couple of months, everything becomes resistant. So everybody runs at a loss. What happens to the pharmaceutical companies? Who pays whatever they have gone into? Maybe they went to get a loan to develop that particular drug, the new molecule. But we have misused the antimicrobial, and everybody is like, oh, nothing is working anymore. So that is why we are here to, make everybody realize the importance and what we need to do to make this thing slow down the spread and even curb it eventually. Next slide, please. No, this was where I was. Yep. How are you changing the slides? Let's just be hurry. They can't see on the Zoom. They can't see my slides. Okay, just a minute, please. Let's solve this. Why wouldn't they see my slide? Please ask if they can see. Is Emmanuel saying now? Okay, let's go on, please. We can just say what are the main 6 main causes of AMR. There are several causes because it's not a standalone thing. A lot of human, you could hear Prof talking about antimicrobial resistance from the animal origin right now. There is also the part of the environment, then the part of the human. So it's like it's an interwoven thing. So everybody contributes to it. So what are the 6 main causes of AMR? We have overprescription of antibiotics by our health practitioners. We also have patients not finishing their entire antibiotic dose. We also have overuse of antibiotics in livestock and fish farming. Prof actually emphasized that during our presentation not long ago. We have poor infection control in healthcare settings. You know, you remember I mentioned that you could have even the resistant strains being transmitted from one person to another. So it is not that I'm doing the right thing alone. Somebody can still give me a resistant strain, transmits to me a resistant strain. Do you want us to stop? We're good now. Okay. And we also have poor hygiene and sanitation. You know, I said there is the environment part of this. We have the absence of new antibiotics being discovered. I think the last time an antibiotic was discovered was in the early 90s, if I'm not mistaken. The last time a new molecule was discovered, was produced. And why the companies stopped and, of course, investing in such is because in no time, when they produce and they spend so much money, the microorganisms become resistant to these drugs. So why waste money? So we don't have new molecules, you know, in place right now. And that's one of the reasons why we have AMR. Next slide, please. So if you look at me from my own perspective, I'm talking about antimicrobial use. You know, the overprescription of antibiotics is key to me. We also have patients not finishing their entire course. I'm giving a dose to take for 7 days. At the end of 3 days, I think I'm okay. I don't think I need antibiotics again. And I just stopped taking my entire course. So, you know, from there, what you are doing is you're already introducing to the microorganism those, by the time you now need them, they've already gained resistance against your drug. And by the time you're using it again, it's no more working. I don't want to sound like, oh, because she works with NAFDAC. No, on every pack of antimicrobials in Nigeria today, especially antibiotics and antimalarials, there is a scratch panel on it that you're supposed to scratch before you take any antibiotics or antimalaria to confirm the authenticity and the effectiveness of that drug. But we don't do it. I'm guilty of it as well. I work in NAFDAC, but I'm guilty of it. But, in recent months that we've been going from one place to the other to carry out, collaborative studies and all that, I realized that I think we all have to change our behavior. It's all about behavioral things. So NAFDAC is putting a lot into making sure we have authentic drugs in the circulation. It is now less for you and I to do our part to be sure that we are taking the original drug, because it is there. The power is in your hands as a consumer. You're supposed to scratch up that panel. It's at no cost to you. Send it to the code and you get a response. Oh, this is a fake drug. Return it back to wherever you bought it, or you take it to the nearest NAFDAC office. This is what we've given to the consumer that could help consumer to differentiate between I'm using an authentic drug. Oh, that is why it is not working. Oh, it is fake. We are so used to saying it is fake. No, most drugs are not fake. But we are, one way or the other, probably resistant to it. And we are also guilty. When we are sick, we are doctors. And I'm a doctor, you're a doctor. I think I have typhoid. You go to your doctor, you tell your doctor, I think I have typhoid, sir. You'll be like, how do you know that you have typhoid? You don't see typhoid with your naked eyes. You need to carry out a test to be sure, oh, what you have is typhoid. And then they will carry out an antibiotic sensitivity test for you, and they will know the exact antibiotics to be prescribed so that you can get better. So, looking at it for me, the use on the first three on the upper hand are what is important to me as an antimicrobial use surveillance individual. So, our overprescription of antibiotics, patients not finishing their entire course, and also overuse of these antibiotics in the animal production. Please, can we move to the next slide? Now, that doesn't say the other parts are not also important. They are, but because I am a fellow, other people will speak to other parts of these courses. That is why I'm not going to the other parts of the courses. So, the global body now came together and felt we are having this issue and we must face it. It is something that we must face. So of course, with the One Health, the tripartite now, consisting of the FAO, WHO, the OIE, came together and developed the global action plan on antimicrobial resistance. And of course, they actually asked all participating countries, all member countries, to key into this global antimicrobial resistance action plan. It has 5 strategic objectives, and they actually asked all member countries to key into it and develop one for their country. They've given us the stepwise, what are the things we need to do? These are the strategic objectives. We are supposed to improve awareness and understanding, because what we realize is that people don't even understand what we mean by antimicrobial resistance. In the past, we talk about antibiotic resistance. It is not only antibiotics that is resistant to treatment right now. I met with a colleague of mine some 2 weeks ago, and he shared something about his recent work with me. And I was scared. We all said, oh, we should stop using chloroquine, that it is no more working. And we all moved toward the ACT. Now, this guy, for his master's work, collected samples for apparently healthy human beings. And they used, they tested ACT, almost all our combinations on ACT on these samples. And they will add more than like 75% resistant strains. They now had to go back because they looked at the gene of these resistant strains. It was giving them the former the resistant strain had before it changed to the one that we are using ACT on. They now use chloroquine on that particular sample, and they, of course, they became very sensitive. So they keep evolving. They actually use a small sample size. So I've told them we need to elaborate and escalate that. That can change the course of whatever we are treating, whenever we are treating malaria anywhere in the world. If our parasites are already getting resistant to our ACT, then we quick to resist. So we have to improve awareness and understanding of antimicrobial resistance for people to get an idea of what we are even talking about. I was in Ibadan some few weeks ago on my individual project, and it was alarming at the rate of awareness amongst, because it's a community-based study. And you could realize that almost 90, I don't want to exaggerate right now, more than 95% of my respondents doesn't even know anything about antimicrobial resistance. And that was kind of painful. We've been shouting about antimicrobial resistance in this country since 2015-16. And I am using the sample set of about 1,000 plus, and almost 95% of them are saying they don't even know anything about it. That is scary. And most of them tell me, oh, when I'm not feeling fine, when I have cough, my voice right now shows that I have cough. And I'm not taking any antimicrobials. People have been telling me, doctor, take Septrin now, take azithromycin, take this. That is how we become prescribers. This woman, the particular woman told me that at home she has chloramphenicol, she has augmentin, she has what's this other one? There's a particular one like that. I'll remember. And she said, anytime she's not feeling good, she just picks 3 of them and she's okay. By the time she takes it for 2 days, she's fine. She will drop it again. When she's feeling bad again, another time she's going back to it. What she doesn't realize is that when a time will come that we need those drugs and they will not work. It is not magic. They will never work. Because you have primed, it's just like having a child. And every time your mode of taking care of correcting that child is just to always spank. Pack, 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 pack. The next thing the boy will say is, maybe it's just that my mommy will just beat me, I'll be fine. So your beating doesn't actually affect the child anymore. It's the same thing with these microorganisms. You've been giving them very small amount of those antibiotics and those antimicrobials. When you now need them to hear word, They will not hear word though. That's the truth. You might not see it happening now. It might take a while, but it's going to happen. So we need to increase and improve awareness on antimicrobial resistance and even the use. We need to strengthen the knowledge and evidence base through surveillance and research. I remember when this old talk started in Nigeria around 2015, 14, 15, we looked everywhere and we don't have enough data to even say we have this in our system. We don't have data. So we need to improve knowledge and evidence, because if anybody wants to help us, we need to tell them that this is where we are. So by the time they say, okay, we've come to give you this intervention, oh, it's a 5-year period. After that 5-year period, then we can check where you are now. Have you improved in any way? So we don't even have data. I'm going to that right now. So we need to reduce the incidence of infection. The best way to curb antimicrobials, to me, is that we should even avoid infection. How do we avoid infection? We take our vaccinations very seriously. We make sure we practice good hygiene so that you don't even get infected. And when you eventually get infected, visit the hospital, get tested, and you'll be given the appropriate drugs. Now, we have to optimize the use of antimicrobial medicines and develop the economic case for sustainable investment. Please, can I have the next slide? This is what the Global Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance states. Now, if you look at one of those points there, I highlighted surveillance. Sometimes we don't understand what surveillance means. And let me just take us back to school. It's just a little bit of refreshing our memory. Public health surveillance. What do you mean by surveillance? Public health surveillance, according to WHO right now, is a continuous systematic collection, analysis, interpretation of health-related data. You don't just say, I've gone to collect data, though we have passive and active, but you don't just say, I've gone to collect data and I'm sleeping. No, I'm packing them in either in my computer or stacking them somewhere. You have to continue to take, you have to analyze data and let the data speak to you. By the time the data speaks to you, you can then know the right intervention. This will be needed for planning, for implementation, and evaluation of health practices. Because once we have whatever is wrong with us, once we have evaluated, then we can say that, okay, these are the right interventions for us to take. Next slide, please. So it's always, public health surveillance is about action. So what do we now mean when we say antimicrobial use surveillance? How to go back to surveillance so that we can understand what surveillance means and then drive it home to antimicrobial use surveillance, use and consumption. So surveillance of antimicrobial use is, how we track, is the tracking and how and why of antimicrobial are being used and misused by patients and healthcare providers. Because we are not the only ones even guilty here. Even healthcare providers are also guilty. We have to monitor antimicrobial prescription, the consumption behavior, and this will also give us this list of things to give us an insight and tools needed to inform therapy decisions. Because when I know that I've tested you, I've tested your sample against a set of antimicrobials, then I can confidently say, this is what is going to work for you. So I can say, this is my decision with the therapy. It will also allow us to assess the public health consequences of antimicrobial misuse, and it will evaluate the impact of resistance containment and interventions. Once we have all this in place, the action word there is for us to know the impact, whatever we have, and to know our right interventions to take care of this antimicrobial misuse or consumption. So looking at it from this angle, that means we have to, in order for us to take care of antimicrobial resistance, we have to put in place a surveillance system on antimicrobial use, which is very important in Nigeria. We don't have one. So we have to put one in place. Just like we have to put also an antimicrobial resistance surveillance in place. Please, next slide. So this takes me to, I told you that we actually went, to Denmark to learn about how they've been able to tackle antimicrobial resistance. In my opinion, they woke up early to this, and though they are not yet there, they are still striving because the microbials, the microbes are also striving. So they are still striving, but they are not where we are. So we can as well learn from them. By learning from them, we can learn from their challenges so that we can, not go the same path they went and do things faster because they've gone through that whole process. And, we can learn, take a leave and learn from whatever they went through. So their story started 1978. When I want to give an overview about of what actually happens in Denmark, so we can then look at how we can make it happen for us too in Nigeria. We cannot copy everything they've done, but it can give us a direction, and we can suit it based on what our situation dictates in Nigeria. So with antimicrobial use and consumption, they said they started taking this data since 1978 from primary sector, the hospital sector data, and it is in, they take it from the OSAS data based on reportings from the biggest medical companies. So it is not something that is continuous. They just take it from, people that sells and all that. That was in 1978. So up to 1992 and 1994, they now opened a register of medicinal product statistics, and that was based on the Medicines and Pharmacy Act. It was decided that to obtain all necessary statistical information from the community. So at this point, they're already involving the community, the hospital pharmacies, the pharmaceutical companies, and this is all to build a central and complete drug sales data. So it's not just, they are not just taking it from a sector of the use, they are looking at it holistically. That happened in 1992/1994. So by 1997, they then moved ahead and made sure that all reported register that they have in the register by the 10th of the following month, all data has come into their, is like a data bank. So you as a pharmacist that sells drug, a private pharmacy owner, the hospital pharmacist, or whoever you are, a pharmaceutical company that imports pharmaceutical products, you must report all your sales to this register by the 10th day of the following month. Next slide, please. Thank you. So they did all this. They then had to calculate their use. It is, the DDD is defined daily dose, and defined daily dose is the assumed average maintenance dose per day for a drug used for its main indication in an adult. So both sectors, that's the consumption, both sectors, that's the private and the hospitals and pharmaceutical, all their sectors, they calculate this DDD per 1,000 inhabitants. Hospital consumption is calculated in the defined daily dose per 100 bed days, or DDD per 100 admissions. So if you have an admission, or you have people staying in your hospital per 100 100 bed days, then you can calculate the volume of antimicrobials they've consumed. The primary sector, the numbers are, they also get prescriptions, because for them, you can't just walk into any pharmacy and say, I want to buy Augmentin. You must have a prescription. So they can also monitor all their prescriptions. They can look at the trend of their prescription, and they can know what exactly they are using more, and they can, give like an insight, okay, what is going on in the society. So all these combined efforts, they are now going to combine human and veterinary drug. They do that, they calculate that in kilos, because veterinary drugs are calculated mostly in kilos. So next slide, please. So in 1995, that was when the wake-up call came in for them. They've been waking up all the while, but they needed to. They had to look at it and say, okay, we need to have an integrated system, like a One Health approach to handling this thing. Human health cannot do it alone. Animal health cannot do it alone. Neither can environment do it alone. So when they had a sharp increase in human salmonella cases in the late 80s, And this then brought together all these, the food, the human, the veterinary health authorities to tackle the problem. They saw a sharp in their salmonella cases. And that was why they said, okay, let's do something. So by 1995, they created the Danish Integrated Antimicrobial Monitoring and Research Program called DAMMAP. And that DAMMAP is a yearly publication where, you know, the human sector comes in with their data, the animal sector comes in with their data, everybody comes together, and the food as well. And they created a report called DAMMAP. It is a collaborative project involving the Danish Medicines Agency. That's like what we have as NAFDAC in Nigeria. They had the Danish Veterinary Institute, the Danish Food and Veterinary Administration, and the Staten Serum Institute. That is like their public health institution. That's in their language anyway. I think I pronounced it well. I don't know. So since 1997, they've been having yearly reports. They actually had one in 1996, but it was they only had it in hard copy, but then had it scanned online for people to access. But it was also in Danish language. So, but since 1997, they've been having English publication of this DAMMAP. Next slide, please. So why do you think we should even do antimicrobial use sub? And this was what they came up with. They said it will allow them to follow trends over time. Like I said, they know if they had not been following trends, they would not know when they had a sharp increase in salmonella cases. So they've been following trends, they've been collecting data. So it showed them when they had that particular trend. It also enabled them to respond to unusual events. And of course, for them, an unusual event is that sharp rise in salmonella and like e.g. the hospital and stakeholders upon worrying findings, you can like, okay, we are finding out something that you are doing in the hospitals. You are prescribing too much of a particular antibiotics. Then they will not have to call you. What is going on? If we go on at this rate, we are going to start having resistant strains. And they will look at it together and they can come up with, of course, solutions. No, it's also inclusion of knowledge gained into recommendations and treatment guidelines. So from this antimicrobial surveillance that they put in place, they could have knowledge, you know, they could put together all their knowledge and of course, put forward recommendations and, you know, change treatment guidelines from time to time. Treatment guidelines are not supposed to be a static document, it's a living document that needs to be changed from time to time, depending on what you have in the society. It also allows them to measure interventions against AMR. You know, they need to know if they're actually making any gains, if they're having any success at all against AMR in their country. Please, next slide. It also helps them to counsel medical doctors, you know, and policymakers upon request or when a trend needs attention or action. They need to tell medical doctors also need to get improved from time to time. So they will then counsel them on what to do. It also allows for collaboration between all these sectors, the human, the animals, the environment, everybody comes together. And of course, it allows, you know, very good collaboration. It allows them to share knowledge and their data with the world. We were there, we were able to see their data, we were able to see everything they were doing. So definitely, they've shared that data, they've shared that experience with us. And it allows them to collect data and it is published annually. And like I said, since 1997, they've been having an annual, you know, publication of their DAMMAP reports. Next slide, please. So they still look that they are not yet there. So what do they plan to do in the future? Their wish for the future. They want a better data on hospital level. It is very difficult to get antimicrobial use in the hospital. It's because if you are a doctor, a nurse, or whatever that works in the hospital, you realize that, you know, filling up your case notes, filling up this particular form, filling up the other form, it's quite cumbersome. But they think that they would also, you know, incorporate ideas and things to make it better. And that is, they want to even go down from, okay, you have collected this, this is your use for the month. They want to go down to who used these antimicrobials to individual level. That is, they've been able to say, okay, what do we even use? They've been able to gather. But now they want to know who actually used. Where did this person stay? Is he a man? Is he a woman? A young person? An old man? Or whatever. So they want to make sure that they can relate it to a particular individual. They want to make sure that administration of drug and administration of drug is actually due to indication. You don't just take drug as you wish. You must have been, there must have been an indication for you to use that particular drug. And they want to know the duration of treatment for each individual. Now, the future is that they want to have analysis of antibiotics consumption and relate it directly to AMR. They're already doing this, but they want to be able to give a very, concise data that this particular person has been using this particular antimicrobial for a while, and now he or she has gained resistance to this set of antimicrobials. That is what they set to do. They are no more where we are. Please, can I? So now the Nigerian situation, where you and I are. Let's go. So in the National Action Plan for Nigeria, the objective 4 on the National Action Plan that we also took a lead from, of course, we took a lead from what the Global Action Plan stated, is that we should optimize the use of antimicrobial medicines. Next slide. So before we developed our National Action Plan, there was a situation analysis carried out in Nigeria. And from that, we have some gains, and we have some that we feel that are not actually gains to us. And from we realize that we have regulatory agency like NAFDAC, PCN, that regulates, everything that has to do with drugs. So we have that in place. We have, like Prof said earlier, we have so many policies in place. So many policies, but we don't implement them. Now we have, in the healthcare, we also have about healthcare policies, 8 of them. Medicines policies too, we have about 5 of them. And good for us, because of NAFDAC, we have 80% of all our drugs in registered medicine, with a registered medicine premises with PCN. That's 80%. Now, what are the things that we feel are so good that we have ongoing at that time we did the situation analysis? We had that about 75% of our medicines are imported, and that is still true to date. Almost all, in fact, I think probably it must have even increased, because you see manufacturers telling you that rate of and cost of production in Nigeria is so high. So they prefer to go outside the country to produce, and that is not so good for us. So majority of all our drugs are actually imported. 25% of all these registered medicines, that's 1 out of 6 antibiotics, are about one of all of all drug registered in Nigeria is antibiotic. So that tells you the volume of antibiotics that we have in Nigeria. And that it is no more, and of course, we all know that the present administration has actually put a ban on recruitment of staff. So we have limited regulatory capacity. We have regulatory capacity, but what we have right now, the workforce cannot take care of the enormous work that we have in the country. Now, 1 to 15 of our pharmacy, they give over-the-counter, they have over-the-counter store ratio. That's about 1 to 15. And hospital stock out of OTC assets. So out of 1 to 15 of all, amongst 15, let me put it this way, amongst 15 pharmacies, when putting them together, only one will ask you for a prescription. Most of them, once you get there, I want augmentin. And you just see, they say, okay, they are going to the shelf and they are giving it to you. That's what we have right now in the country. To now make matters worse, we have our doctors, like 38 doctors per 100,000 population. How can 38 doctors take care of 100,000 population? So we have brain drain in Nigeria. As I speak to you right now, I'm sure thousands of or probably a number of our health professionals are in the airports exiting the country. So that's a lot of harm for us. So if we go to one of the reasons why we all go to pharmacies and patent medicine vendors is because of the waiting time in the hospitals. And the doctors will not kill themselves. They have to see each and every person. So the waiting time is so long, and that allows us, instead of me to stay here, I know what to take. I'll just go to the pharmacy or the patent medicine vendors and I'm buying what I think I need. The same thing with the pharmacist. We have 12 per 100,000 population. That is also a bad story for us. Next slide. So these situation analysis shows us that about almost 47% of persons using antibiotics are using them without prescriptions. This situation analysis also showed us that almost 50% of patients' drug encounters in hospital are with an antibiotic prescribed. Now, from that analysis, we realize that the commonly used antibiotics in Nigeria includes metronidazole. Whenever you think, oh, you've gone to a party and they've given you maybe one rice like that, the next thing you're back at home, you're stooling. We are always having metronidazole at home. Flagy, that's the word. We all have flagy. The next thing is, please give me flagy, 2 for start. So everybody takes flagy. Now, penicillins, amoxicillin, Bicham, please, I want Bicham. That's what I want. So people just, these are the list of cotrimazole, that's Septrin, for most of us that doesn't know. A lot of people have told me, since my boss has gone since about 2 weeks, take Septrin, it will go. I don't understand. They've all become doctors. We all use it to treat sore throat. So this situation analysis also has shown us a lot of things when it comes to access and excess to antimicrobials in Nigeria. I'm a patient, taking it from the box pointing down with the arrow down. What are the things that can actually lead to irrational use of drugs? A lot of factors have been, culpable, and these are just a few of them. One of them is that I'm a patient and I have health insurance. So I can as well go to, and our health insurance says that if my drug is 6,000 naira, I can as well pay 600 naira. I will only pay 10% of the cost of that drug. That's if they have it in the hospital. And the rest is paid by my insurance. So that actually allows me to go to the doctor and say, please, this drug is actually expensive. I don't want you to have it. Let me give you. No. I don't mind. I'm on insurance. Just give me anything I want. Even when the doctor is saying, no, you don't need it. You'll be like, no, I can afford it. I'm on insurance. So that gives us more access to antimicrobials, so to say. Now, there's another aspect to access, which is some people even need this antimicrobial for survival, but they cannot access it. Another story that I heard was about a colleague's wife that was sick, and she was in the hospital. They needed colistin because she was apparently resistant to all sorts of antibiotics. So they needed to use colistin for her. And the other one could not access colistin. They had to start importing just because there was no access. So there is access on the positive side, and there's access problem on the negative side. So we have the fact that we all expect that a doctor gives us antibiotics whenever we are sick. If we have malaria, some people will say, oh, I don't think, if you don't give me this particular antibiotics with it, it will not go. You're already telling the doctor, if I don't take this antibiotics, it will not go. That is what we do. That's what we practice. We have to be true to ourselves. So looking at it, we also have access issue, which is poor adherence by us to our therapy. Some of us don't even have enough money to even buy these antibiotics. So that's an access problem. Another one is long therapy duration, or probably therapy side effects. Now, we have people with lower education level, like lower level of education. They feel like I told you about that woman, once she takes amoxicillin plus chloramphenicol plus that one, she's okay. Everybody, I should be fine. The next 2 days, she's good and she's dropping it again until she feels bad. So that is one part to it. Another one is we have in the aspect from the prescribers. Some young doctors, I'm not saying all, some young doctors can't even, they might not actually know what to do because they are not actually inexperienced. So you see them just Googling, what can I use for a particular disease? So these are the symptoms. So whatever the internet tells them, they are prescribing to you, also giving us, issue with excess antimicrobials because they are inexperienced and they don't actually know what drug to prescribe. And on the other hand, we have some very, very old doctors that they are used to the treatment guideline of 1978, and they still want to use that treatment guideline in this day and age. I mentioned earlier that treatment guidelines are supposed to be changing as, the as whatever we have in the society changes. So we should have it, being looked upon, being reviewed from time to time. So you realize that those doctors are like, no, in my days, if you don't give this, it will not work. And they are the guys at the hospital, so you have to just dance to their tune, and you are giving unnecessary antimicrobials to patients. So next slide. And all this leads to irrational antibiotic use. So like I mentioned earlier, that Nigeria got, we, of course, developed our own national action plan, and it's actually had, a One Health approach in it. There is the human health, the animal health, and the environment coming together to develop this. And the focus area number 4 of it is to promote rational access to antibiotics and antimicrobial stewardship. These will improve access to quality and antimicrobial agents for infections in humans and animals, promote antimicrobial stewardship in human and animals, and strengthen regulatory agencies across the sectors in human, animals, and environment to enforce rational antibiotic use. That is what actually concerns antimicrobial use fellow. The other fellows we talk to, antimicrobial resistance. So Nigeria, at the moment, what is our present structure? The structure is that, do we have a national reporting? No, we don't. So who are those that sells, and how do we assess these antimicrobials? We have them at the hospital pharmacies, the community pharmacies, the patent vendors, patent medicine vendors, and the hawkers. We still have hawkers hawking our antimicrobials in Nigeria. We also have patient access to antibiotics access, outside the hospital pharmacy. Yes, we have them. We have that access because most of the time we have stockouts in the hospitals. And why do patients have to go outside the hospital? Because there is stock issues. Doctors are prescribing brands and not the active most times. And a particular patient is saying, no, I must use Bicham. I can't use any other ampiclos. I have to use Bicham. And we have to, even if they don't have it in the hospital, we have to go elsewhere to get it. Next slide, please. So what do we want to do right now? What are we doing at the moment? What we are doing at the moment, we are reviewing our standard treatment guidelines. That was done. It was updated in 2018. It is still, like I said, it has to be done periodically. And this was actually based on local susceptibility. Yes, it was not based on it. And there is a plan to review the current version of the AMR data, using AMR data. Now, the National Drug Policy. There's an overview on AMR now included in that National Drug Policy. That's an improvement for us. Then the Fleming Fund Fellow on Antimicrobial Use Surveillance, which is my humble self. And of course, my organization is NAFDAC. And I'm focusing on data collection on antimicrobial use in the community. At the beginning, I was supposed to have the hospitals in it and farmers. But right now, I had to exclude the hospitals because of constraints of time and the like. So right now, I'm only collecting antimicrobial use and consumption in the community and from farmers right now. That's what I'm doing. And of course, part of whatever comes out from that, that study will form basis for our intervention and how our surveillance system will look like. Next slide, please. What are our next steps? Capacity building, like we are doing today. We need to, if you already know, about all these dangers and what we need to do, definitely you will tell your friends, you will tell your husband, you tell your friends, you tell your wives, you tell your children, because we have realized that children are even good ambassadors. Once you tell them something, especially when their mother tells them anything, they carry it to life. My mommy said, so it's always good that we involve children, let them know from now that this is the dangers that we have. We want to build a national antimicrobial stewardship program and network for reporting AMU and AMC. AMC is antimicrobial consumption data. We want to support all the AMR sites to commence antimicrobial stewardship. We want to train our health workers on antimicrobial stewardship and develop a national database, eventually develop a national database for data collection and use. We are not just going to collect data, we are going to analyze them and of course interpret our data to, that means we are using them to give us information. The policies, we have to review and update legal related to antimicrobial use and consumption in Nigeria. We have to, of course, give more support to the regulatory agencies to restrict selected antibiotics, develop an appendix to the essential drugs list to include aware classification, and develop an appendix to the standard treatment guidelines for treatment of bacterial infections according to national antibiogram. Next slide, please. I would love to acknowledge even this is not actually exhaustive because I have other people, that should have come on this list. First of them all is my director, Dr. Bukal Usman. He has been a great support to me in my organization. He has given me the ability, to make sure I am able to commit all I can to this fellowship program. And I can't even thank him enough. When I was developing this slide, that was a mistake. His name should have actually been there. I'm acknowledging him for his support all the time. Professor Aboderin is the chairman of the Antimicrobial Technical Working Group in Nigeria. Dr. Abiodun Egwenu, Fleming Fund Fellows, Fleming Fund, country grants, everybody in general, my host institution, which is DTU, and every member seated here today. Thank you very much for listening. So I think, Dr. Mabel.
Thank you very much, Damilola, for that excellent presentation. You'll agree with me that she actually demystified it, Abi. So we are coming up. We are getting to start understanding some of the grammar that we are speaking. And so going forward, we are going to call on Dr. Abiodun Egwenu. She's the AMR Surveillance Fellow for Human Health. And her beneficiary institution is the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. She'll be talking to us about AMR surveillance in humans. Abiodun, over to you. So she'll come and get the mic. Thank you. Please, you break it down so that they can understand. Yes, you did. No, we're going to have discussions after. So please note down your questions. Every interesting question that you have, write it down. You have your jotters. We will have a session for discussion. All our panelists are here. Those online will be online, and questions directed at them, they will address. Thank you.
So please, who are those with questions? Please, can you signify? Let me start from. I'm coming, please. I've noted.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please, I want to know how job of surveillance in yes, at the pharmacy level. Yes.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I actually have a comment and a question. So my comment or my question is that we've been talking about AMR, antimicrobial resistance, and our emphasis usually is on antibiotics. I understand most of the infections are of bacterial origin, but I wouldn't say that we don't look into other microbial infections, but our emphasis is usually on bacterial infections, and lots of mortality has been due to other microbial infections, not necessarily bacterial infections. Yeah, so there was an incident that happened day before yesterday of a child of 8 years old. And this child had he had breathlessness and was rushed to the hospital. So the first hospital that treated him or that began treatment were treating him of a bacterial infection. They gave him broad spectrum antibiotics. He still didn't get better. They transferred him to the second hospital. They saw they couldn't manage him. So on going to the third hospital, they decided to conduct a test. And they did malaria tests, and they eventually found out that he had malaria. And before you know it, the child gave up. So I feel apart from bacterial infections, emphasis should also be laid on other microbial infections. Yes. Okay, then secondly, we talk about diagnostic stewardship. We made mention, we talked about having having the workload is enormous in our different maybe health institutions and other hospitals and so on. We talked about the pharmacies, a percentage of them, and doctors being so much, and we have forgotten the lab. That's apart from having the manpower is not much. There's also lack of I wouldn't say expertise per se, but you find out that the method we use in our laboratories, in most Nigerian laboratories of AST, you find out that they are not helping matters. So I feel, yeah, with this program, I know that a lot has been done on trying to ensure that the standard procedures are being followed. But I think we should simplify it as much as possible. I know it will take a lot to get to that stage. Then antibiotic and diagnostic stewardship, we should also focus on prescription in our hospitals. So we shouldn't just rely completely, because I know in most hospitals in Nigeria, even the renowned hospitals in Nigeria, we see that most prescriptions of antibiotics is based on clinical judgment. They will just, whenever you go, I know it's for them to make their own money. Whenever you go to a hospital, before you're even sent to the laboratory for testing, they would have prescribed antibiotics for you. And so I'm sure lots of it. So I think we don't pay attention to that area, and it's one of the major parts of one of the drivers of this AMR. So I think, please, it's a take home for us as fellows that we should concentrate on that. Like more concentration should be given to that area. I know work has been done, but I feel more because I've gone to hospitals, I've taken my kids to the hospital, and the first thing they do is prescribe antibiotics for you, even before your test result comes out. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. I'll respond.
Thank you for a very wonderful presentation, and the fact that it's so explicit. Kudos to the presenters. Mine is a question because it's interesting. I'm asking this in my own capacity, not as NCDC DG being represented here. It's for me to know, are there set criteria for being recruited into this fellowship program for those desiring to be fellows? Because this has actually sparked, it has stimulated me as a doctor to see how I can be part of this, not minding the bureaucracy
But at a personal level, I'm stimulated and I want to be associated with this. So I want to know if there are some set criteria for those aspiring to be fellows. And also because I know this a capacity building thing is something that is a continuous thing. So even if maybe the opportunity doesn't come immediate, what are the long-term capacity building plans that you have in place to make sure that people's capacity are built around this AMR to help disseminate all these your good works that you are doing? I'm sincerely moved, and I think kudos to all the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions and comments. I'll take some. The long-term capacity building. Let me start from you, Doc. I think we still have Blessing on the call. She's on the country ground, right? She's from the Abi. Am I wrong? Hello. Do we still have Blessing on the call? So I'm sure she will be able to respond on that. Of course, there are plans, but I would want it to come from, since we have a representative of the country grants in the meeting with us and in the training with us today, she'll be able to comment on that. Okay, so let me go back to the pharmacy antimicrobial use and consumption data. You were asking how we can scale it up, right? And that is where we are right now. Like I said, we have to know where we are. Let's know what we have right now in the community, in the hospitals, and from there, we then, come up with what we intend to do is to have a data collection, like a data collection bank, so to say, where we'll have all pharmacists, reporting their sales. As I come with my prescription, you prescribe to me, and then, of course, I put I enter that into a particular data source, and it's it goes up there. Just like we report our diseases, we are trying to bring up something in that regard for AMU and AMU AMC, which is very important to us. And of course, that is how we intend to scale it up. Sir? Yes, yeah, we have a small sect being done. It is not a nationwide thing right now. We've had one done by the University of Maryland sometimes back, and we are talking about something that is national, not just testing a particular population. Because the one that was done by the University of Maryland, I keep saying it wasn't done properly. You don't pay people to do their jobs. They came and spoiled show for us. If anybody is coming to do anything in Nigeria, tell us. We are the ones here. Let us tell you how we have to want our things done. So once you come, or what if you think you want to help us, let's have a good talk on how, when you are supposed to report a particular, that's part of your job to do. Why should I pay you to do your job? So that is it. Thank you very much, my sister, for your concerns. And of course, I share the same concern with you. But I can tell you, the laboratory stewardship is not forgotten at all. And that's why we have laboratory fellows. I am not supposed to come up to talk first as the antimicrobial use fellow, because we need to build the information and the knowledge up in a way. I'm supposed to come in as the third speaker, but my other colleagues are not yet ready. We're supposed to have the antimicrobial resistance in humans fellow talk, another antimicrobial resistance in animal talk. And with that, I'm sure they have plans regarding, diagnostic stewardship. There are things on the way. Like you said, there are things in the way. We have to keep training, keep, increasing the awareness, telling us that we have to do the right thing. We all have, everything comes to you and I. If I work in the lab and I know I have to follow a particular SOP to carry out a particular job, let us get it done. And I must agree with you. Most of the fellows, when we went to Denmark and those that were in England, they commended the kind of AST that is being carried out over there. That is not what we do here. But of course, that's why we are building capacity right now. And that's why we are cascading. Apart from this training, we are still going to have some lab training for the lab, for the laboratory workers, where we are going to have hands-on training with our laboratory scientists on the right thing to do in the lab. That has started in some people's localized lab, like in Prof's lab in UI, also in UCH, where Madam Ini is also working. We have things done right now and I think also in reference lab here in Gadua, we have a little training being carried out amongst immediate colleagues. But we are still going to have a more, robust training. That will be sometime. The COVID situation in Nigeria actually, disrupted a lot of our plans. We should have done this. Even this should have happened earlier. So we hope to still do more, and that will be carried out. We are actually going to work on that. It's already in the pipeline. What you mentioned about people, healthcare professionals prescribing antibiotics even before carrying out tests is quite pathetic. Now, we don't say you can't give a start dose. Let's be sincere. We could have a case where you want to administer a broad spectrum. But before you administer any antibiotics, we even advocate against that. But wherever you want to carry out AST, you must have collected the sample first. But doctors, that's always sometimes their last resort, especially in the private. I'm sorry, I don't want to point fingers here. You see, they would have given antibiotics first. Then when the situation doesn't change, they would then collect samples and go to the lab. Now you have treated whatever we are going to get in the lab. I hope you understand. So definitely it's all about training and retraining and making sure that, healthcare is accessible. We don't have to deceive ourselves. The situation in Nigeria is not a laughing matter, but we just have to, preach. We have to keep preaching to our conscience to make sure we do the right thing. Thank you very much. I want a blessing to answer your question. Yeah, I've not forgotten. Please, can you hear us online? Please want to find out if Blessing is online. She's not online. Okay, let Biodun respond to that question. Biodun, I have an answer, but let somebody else talk.
So thank you. For Nigeria, the institutions that are responsible for AMR surveillance and use were actually the ones that selected the fellows from their centers. And we focused on people that were already working in AMR surveillance directly, either in the lab or in the ministry. But from the way it is now, until the Fleming Fund country grant, the overall grant ends in a few years, there would always be new fellows enrolled from institutions, and the country decides who they would want. So that is the way it works. But we now have other regional grants now that are starting to train as many people as possible. And we also want as many persons as possible to be trained. Like she explained, there's a new fellowship for Nigeria on stewardship in hospitals, separate from the one in pharmacies. And some are on genomics. So there are always new opportunities. So I think most of the institutions, they're also looking to expand the number of fellows. We will continue to engage on that. But for now, there is no fellowship spot for now. Thank you. Okay, so the requirement is usually that you should be from that host institution. So if, for example, your institution is doing something on AMR, NCDC, requirements are usually you must be from that institution, you can speak English, your work entails AMR response. There's a document that actually lists the requirements. And the way they want it to be, they want someone that will use the information that is retained in that particular institution rather than an outsider. So they usually prefer the institutions to select from within the institution, from their staff. So usually you can speak English, and then does the person plan to support the response, the AMR work in your institution, or is the person working on AMR? Usually that's the main requirement. But as time goes on, I'm sure they might be looking for AMR research. Like, for example, Josephine is doing something on economic, looking at the costs of AMR. So as we diversify, we might even have some that might be vaccination and AMR. So, but for now, it's just focused on AMR surveillance and AMU, antimicrobial use surveillance. Thank you.
Let's do energizer, please. Please, can we stand? Up, stand. We're going to spell coconut. We need to stretch so that blood can flow very well. Okay, so how do we spell coconut? C. Oh yeah, let's go. O. C. O. N. U. Yeah, let's go. Let's spell. C. Bend now. C. O. C. O. N. U. T. For the last time. C. O. C. O. N. U. T. Thank you very much. Let's be seated. Dr. Biodun is ready for us. Yeah.
I want to share my screen online. Thank you very much. Sorry for the technical issues. Okay, so um, I've, I'll just be going through AMR surveillance in humans, and I think the definition. Okay. So we'll just go through the definition of antimicrobial resistance, which is the resistance of bacterial, fungal, parasitic microorganisms to medicines that were previously effective. It occurs naturally over time and is accelerated by inappropriate use of antimicrobial medicines, lack of access to health services, residues in soil, water, and crops, and poor infection prevention and control. And this is just a comment from Alexander Fleming in 1945. He developed the penicillin in 1920. He said that the time may come when penicillin, that is antibiotics, can be bought by anyone, exposing people or the microbes, sorry, to non-lethal quantities. And this will make them resistant. He said, I hope this evil can be averted. We do know that antibiotic exposure increases the risk of resistance, which the previous speaker had mentioned. And we can see the era before antibiotics. These are the tools that were used to treat sexually transmitted diseases. So if we do not take care of this resource, we might be going back to this issue, the pre-antibiotic era. AMR is a topical issue that affects sustainable development goals. It affects production. If we don't do anything, by 2050, up to 100 trillion USD will be lost. Global production losses will be noted, and low to middle income countries will be more affected. Antimicrobial agents are essential for food security, and we expect that antimicrobial consumption will grow by 70% by 2030. So if we don't do anything, sustainable food systems will be affected. Currently, over 200,000 newborns die every year from resistant infections globally. These numbers could be increased if we don't do anything. And we are already bringing under control some big diseases, HIV, TB, malaria. Rise in resistance could occur if we don't do anything. So globally, AMR was noted as a global issue in 2012 when the member countries developed a roadmap for AMR, a global system for antimicrobial resistance. In 2016, the ministers signed a declaration that Nigeria will develop a national action plan, after which a technical working group was inaugurated and NCDC was established as a coordinating body. And we conducted the situation analysis in 2017, and we now have a national action plan that we are implementing. And multi-sectoral collaboration is essential for AMR response, human, animal, the environment, which is also essential for response to other zoonotic diseases, namely the current COVID-19 pandemic. We already have a governance structure for AMR in Nigeria, where we have the Ministries of Health, Agric Environment, and NCDC coordinating the response, and NCDC as secretariat. And we have 5 pillars, one of which is AMR surveillance, which I would now be focusing more on. And we have the building blocks for AMR response according to our national action plan. For surveillance, our goal in Nigeria is to build a One Health AMR surveillance system. So when you talk about surveillance, epidemiological surveillance, it is defined as the ongoing systematic collection, analysis. So you have to collect the data, pick them from wherever they are stored, analyze them, interpret them, because this is very important. When people are talking about surveillance and surveys, this is a distinction. Survey is just a one-time event. Surveillance is ongoing, continuous collection of this data, continuous analysis of this data. Analysis means you make sense of it. Then you interpret it. What does it mean? And you use it to plan, to implement, to evaluate practice. This is very critical. Until we do this, and this is what we are doing in AMR, we will not say we are doing surveillance, because we still say the surveillance system until we have this whole cycle. So we'll see where we are in Nigeria, part of the cycle, and then we'll see the examples from Denmark. We currently have, so I'll focus more on the human health labs. We have 2 national reference labs, one in the NCDC at Gadua, and then University College Hospital Ibadan. And in each zone, we can see that there's at least 1 lab. North Central, we have Ilorin and Abuja, the teaching hospitals. Northeast, we have Jalingo. Northwest, Kano. We have Southwest, we have up to 3 laboratories or 4 laboratories. In Southeast, we have UNTH, and in the South-South, University of Calabar Teaching Hospitals. And all these hospitals were selected based on the fact that they had done a self-assessment. We now visited the site for the labs that showed interest, and we assessed this site as sites that could start with moderate to minimal support. When we started, our mind was that if we didn't have any support in Nigeria and wanted to start AMR surveillance, where do we begin? And that is how we selected this site. So this is just telling us some of the findings some of the data we have in Nigeria. We looked at hospital care acquired infection when we were conducting institutional analysis, looking at the commonly recovered organisms. And we found out that these organisms, I colored some in red. Confined environment where people are sharing beds, sharing bathrooms, the health worker is interacting with the patient going back home, the patient's family is there, because in Nigeria, the patient family, they stay with the patient. So these organisms have capacity to spread within the hospital and even to the community and back. So this is what we found from the situation analysis. We also know that we have outbreaks of cerebrospinal meningitis in Nigeria. According to our standard treatment guidelines, penicillin G and chloramphenicol are one of our first-line agents. But you can see the resistant levels that were detected. So this means that somebody might actually have meningitis, goes to the hospital, they are treating, if the person decides to follow the standard treatment guidelines and the person doesn't get better. And we can see that people might be falling ill because they're having resistant bacterial meningitis infections. For ceftriaxone, that's the second line treatment, you can see that limited resistance was reported. So in 2017, we also submitted data to the Global Antimicrobial Surveillance System. That is Nigeria there, where you see Nigeria was one of the countries that also gave information on AMR and the status of implementation of the National Surveillance System. And we had only 3 labs out of the labs that I listed that were able to give data after the call. And 29 sites participated. These were the outpatient clinics and wards in this facility. And this is what was recovered. This is the aggregate. So we had all blood culture samples sent to the Global Antimicrobial Surveillance System. And you can see some of the organisms I mentioned earlier, Staph aureus, Fleming, Klebsiella pneumoniae, and Escherichia coli. They were still topped the pathogens that were reported. And we were able to recover some of them were resistant to commonly prescribed antibiotics. Now, in Nigeria, what are the gaps in our surveillance? We can see 3 labs, tertiary hospitals in Nigeria, means that we are not covering our population as we should, even with 10, 11, because we have over 50 tertiary hospitals, over 3,000 secondary facilities, over 30,000 primary healthcare facilities. So that means we are going into the figures of maybe 35,000 facilities. So, and that is public. We have not talked about private hospitals, meaning that we already have a limited coverage of our population. We are reporting just a fraction. In addition, what we are reporting is isolate-based reporting. So in epidemiology, you can report data based on the patient. So as a person, the person goes to the hospital, you recover some organism from that particular person. Then you say, okay, I am reporting patient-based data. This person can give a sample, 2 samples, 3 samples. That means so if you are reporting based on sample, you are reporting sample-based data. That sample, you can recover an organism. Isolate, let's say isolate is synonymous to organism. You can recover an organism, you can recover strep, those organisms I called before. So you can report data on those isolates. So you now say isolate-based reporting. The issue with that is that if I report isolate-based reporting, I can produce 50 isolates and you're reporting only on 1 patient. So you cannot compare and you cannot also track. And the reason why we have this is because of the next issue, data quality. A lot of the laboratories complain that from the clinic, when they are sending the samples, sometimes the age of the patient is just the name, no age, no hospital number, and we know how the forms are, so they are not complete. So the lab makes do with what it needs. The lab focuses on doing the tests and sending it back. So these are gaps. In addition, even the testing itself has quality issues because of laboratory infrastructure. Some of the laboratories, they are in a bad state. They have challenges with water, with producing the correct media, with quality control. That means already the data quality is poor. Then there's also limited access to external quality assurance. So the 3 labs that reported, what external quality assurance does is that for a lab to be sure that, oh, what I'm doing is correct, another system like all of us will send we will test the same sample, sent to an external body, and the body will compare to say, okay, if this thing is supposed to be Staph aureus, you're actually growing the same organism as we think this, they'll send out the isolates, like in line format. The hospitals will not know what they have received. Then they must test it, provide the results, and it will now be compared with a standard. So when we sent it to these 11 labs, only 3, I think only like 6 actually met up with the score. And out of those 6, only 3 of them stored isolates. So why we need those isolates is that we want to retest them to be sure that what they are getting is what they are reporting is what they should actually report. That the testing they have done is comparable to testing outside their laboratory. So because they couldn't, some of them did not have the capacity to perform the external quality assurance tests correctly, they couldn't report their own data. Another gap is the use of this data. If we recall, I talked about surveillance, and one part of surveillance is for planning, implementation, for use. That use part is for a lot of the laboratories, they're not using it for patient outcomes. So what lessons can we learn from Denmark? One of the key things, the first thing I'll start with is their reporting. So they do ask their labs to either report voluntarily or mandatory. And I'll go straight to the mandatory part. There are 3 species that you must report if you are a laboratory or a health facility in Denmark. Carbapenemes producing organisms, methicillin-resistant Staph aureus, strep pneumoniae, and Haemophilus influenza. What it means is that they have looked at their data and they have decided that these 4 isolates or these 4 organisms, any organism that produces this that has this mechanism of resistance must be reported. So we have not yet gotten to that in Nigeria. We have to decide what will be our mandatory reporting organisms, because you have so many organisms, even according to the global antimicrobial surveillance system. There are many organisms that you can report on. Until we start looking at our data continuously, then we'll be able to determine which one should be mandatory and which ones could be voluntary. In addition, they have 100% population coverage. So they cover their whole population. Nigeria, we can't get there in a day, but we have to start looking at that. And they do patient-based data. So a patient only counts once. This is important because you can use it to track patients with recurrent infections. So if a patient is coming back with a recurrent infection, you can even trace to the community. Is there something? Or if you have a cluster of patients from the same community, then you might go back and say, oh, if it's, for example, E. coli infection, maybe it's from the water, is there a sewage leakage somewhere? So this is very important. But if we are doing isolate-based reporting or sample-based reporting, and you are not linking it back to the patient, it will be difficult to go outside the hospital to have a community intervention. And then I also talked about the sample-based AMR surveillance. So for them, the patient, they record the number of unique patients that have had 1 blood culture taken per year and the number of blood cultures taken. They can use this to also track blood culture uptake. So how many patients are coming for testing? How many samples are we generating? It will also help them to track if the blood culture uptake in the hospital is increasing or decreasing. And how did they improve is because they changed their hospital workflow and they improved their culture methods. And this is one of the things we should also learn in Nigeria. They also compare the invasive isolates in hospital versus primary healthcare. So the reason why I'm bringing this out is the primary healthcare is synonymous with community. The closer a facility is to the community, the more likely a person will visit that facility. So if you go to the local government hospital, I can say that most of the people that are from local government will go to that particular hospital. If you go to let's say Maitama General Hospital, for example, most people that go to that hospital will be from Abuja. But if you go to a reference hospital, like a tertiary hospital, if you look at their data set, everybody from the whole of Nigeria is coming to that hospital because they have the expertise. Like, for example, in Nigeria, you can count the number of rheumatologists, meaning that if a rheumatologist is in Abuja in a teaching hospital, maybe all the people that have rheumatology conditions in the northern part of Nigeria might be coming to Abuja. So the data in the teaching hospitals is difficult for you to know the population they are covering. So what they have done in Denmark is, because the primary healthcare is close to the people, they use it to look at community infections. Because the person comes to primary healthcare, the person just walks in, and it's usually somebody that says, oh, I have fever, I'm ill. They don't admit there. If the person is ill and it's something they can't take care of, they'll refer. So the person goes back into the community. So they are tracking spread in the hospital versus community. And we have to get to this part also in Nigeria. How do we track community spread versus hospital? One of the ways that WHO has looked at this is they are using what we call integrated AMR surveillance for low to middle income countries. And that is the Tricycle project, where they look at populations in the hospital that could serve as community. So for example, pregnant women, they don't stay in the hospital. When they come for antenatal, they go, they come back. You could use those type of clinics to serve as a proxy for community infections or community populations within the hospital. It also helps to direct the broad spectrum antimicrobial classes. So the patients with multi-drug resistance infections will have access to these broad spectrum classes, and these are most likely to be found in the hospital. They also do outbreak detection, and this is through whole genome sequencing. Because of this, they can detect new outbreaks. They can also detect circulating resistance. And there are some epidemiological definitions they use for AMR outbreaks. They look at cluster analysis. What they do is to detect possible clustering between isolates. And they look at isolates from 2 or more persons sharing the same unique genotype as an outbreak. So when 2 or more persons come and they have the same unique bacterial genotype, then they say this is an outbreak. And then when they can establish a link between 2 patients in an outbreak cluster, they say this is a verified outbreak. When they cannot establish a link, they'll say, okay, it's a possible outbreak. And they actually use the hospital, the patient hospital admission data and travel information to detect possible transmission. So they triangulate so many data sets, admission data, travel information. Is there a way of linking this patient? And an example was in 2019, where 221 carbapenemes producing organisms were detected from 187 patients. They were able to link them because the patients were sharing the same ward or they were in the same hospital. So because they were able to link 2 patients, they said, oh, this is an outbreak. And they were able to even identify if it was a new outbreak in 2019 or if it predated 2019. If you look at this picture, you can see the outbreak ID. They were able to even detect outbreaks from 2012 till 2019 because of the genotype. And some are new, 2019, you can see, but some from 2013, some 2014, using whole genome sequencing, they were able to track to say this same genotype is circulating maybe in this hospital or in another state. So this is one of the things we should start leveraging in Nigeria. How do we leverage whole genome sequencing? They're also able to link AMR to vaccine preventable bacterial infections. So this is PCV vaccine. In Nigeria, we have started giving children PCV vaccines. Based on this, they were able to look at Streptococcus pneumoniae in blood and spinal fluid isolates. And they were able to say, okay, this organism was actually following vaccination or not. And they were able to determine which one. Is it a wild type strep pneumo infection or non-wild type? And you can see over the years, they were see that most of the infections were not a wild type. That means it's not just from the environment, the wild one. It's actually from maybe vaccination or vaccinations, the organism from the vaccine given to a child spreading to another person. So they have been able to link AMR surveillance to vaccine preventable infections. And they have also, with infection prevention and control measures, they have to link AMR surveillance with IPC. Once there's an outbreak, they start screening patients that they think as possible suspects. They enforce hand hygiene. They implemented extensive use of personal protective equipment. They do isolation precautions. So, for example, if there's a Clostridium difficile outbreak, they actually isolate some of these patients from others to reduce spread. And they also implement extensive cleaning. So because they're able to detect the outbreaks on time, they can implement measures to actually stop it on time also. And one of the last examples I'll talk about is use of AMR data for policy. So Neisseria gonorrhea is a causative sexually transmitted infection, gonorrhea infection. And in Europe, they usually track ceftriaxone resistant gonococci. And they use this MIC, means minimum inhibitory concentration. What they are just saying is, once you notice, you do the test in the lab and it is greater than this value, you can say that this gonococci is resistant to ceftriaxone, that is a drug. And what they've noticed is that from 2003 to 2009, it increased, and over the years it has reversed. But still, the board issued guidelines because of this data that was available. So they have their standard treatment guidelines saying that you should treat any case of gonorrhea with high dose ceftriaxone and azithromycin based on the data they have. And this is where we have to get to Nigeria. How does our standard treatment guideline? The former speaker talked about we have updated the standard treatment guideline, but it is not based on our data. So we need to start linking the data to policy. So our next steps in Nigeria, I've mentioned a lot of them: increase coverage, most importantly, increase data quality, lab infrastructure, human resource, finances, data entry, data use. We need to leverage on whole genome sequences for outbreak detection. We have to link AMR surveillance to AMR preventive measures, IPC, vaccination. We need to use the data for policy treatment and also looking at our antibiotic guidelines, updating them based on the data that we have. Thank you. I don't know if there are questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I just need clarification. You linked vaccination to AMR, and I think in one of our pre-test questions, I think it was one of the options for one of the questions. So I'm not so clear. I know I failed that. I didn't choose vaccination. So yeah, in one of your slides, when you were there was a chart on cerebrospinal meningitis, the causative organisms. You talked about Neisseria meningitidis, Haemophilus influenza type B, and Streptococcus pneumoniae. And I know we have vaccinations for all three, but you said for HIB, you said it had high resistance in 2017 to penicillin. So I know that we have vaccination for that. Like, I want to understand the reason, because I know at a certain, I don't know the specific age, they give children vaccination. It's one of the routine vaccinations. So also meningitis and PCV. So I really don't understand what's really happening.
So I think we need to look at this data versus the routine immunization coverage. We do know that as the, because I know during my healthy program, I actually looked at a lot of the vaccination data. The vaccination that has the highest coverage is usually BCG. Once you leave BCG, it starts dropping. Number two, HIB, these are penta vaccines that were just introduced. And one of the vaccines that has the highest side effect is the pentavalent vaccine. Most children have high-grade fever, and you have to give it 3 times for you to achieve seroconversion, for the child to develop immunity. So you have to look at the science versus the behavior and the side effects. So if it's if people, like I tell people, when I was taking one of my sons for vaccination, I just got there, they just injected the baby and said, go. So if it's a woman that went and didn't have any information and they say go and you see the child with high fever, the woman will never go back for that vaccination. So what I'm just saying is, even though we are vaccinating children, if you don't have high enough immunity, you are not covering the children. Number two, there are some cohorts that will be before them that are not vaccinated. So if they come in contact with this organism, they will fall ill. So for those ones, we have to ensure that we give them access to antibiotics rationally. And that is why we are still detecting high resistance. And we do know that vaccination coverage varies across states in the country. So for that data, I can't remember which state it's from, but if I find, I can always send to you to say this is where that data was pulled from. And then we can now compare with the vaccination coverage.
Okay, any other question? Sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Jordan, for your presentation. We'll take questions later. Like I said, we have a discussion session after lunch. So let's take all the presentations while we are still fresh. Because when we finish eating now, people are busy.
So that we are able to hear everything that we have to say. Yeah, so once again, my name is Mabel Awo Ajumobi. I work at the Department of Veterinary and Pest Control Services, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm the AMR Surveillance Fellow for Animal Health. And like Biodun is my counterpart for human health. So I'll be talking to you this afternoon on AMR surveillance in animal health sector, where we are going to be taking an example from the Denmark surveillance system, because we were there to see how their surveillance system runs and to see what we can do in country for our own surveillance system. In Nigeria, we really don't have, put it on slideshow, please. We don't have an existing surveillance system for AMR. We have a NADI surveillance system in the animal health sector, but it is tailored towards diseases, reporting diseases in animals. So it does not, AMR is different. AMR is not a disease. So it's difficult to fit it into the NADI surveillance. So we really need to, it's like we're starting from scratch. You hear from my human health counterpart that Nigeria is already reporting AMR surveillance data to GLAS. In animal health sector, we cannot say the same because we are just starting. But the good news is that we have gone far in putting things in place to ensure that we too very soon we will hear that Nigeria is in the animal health sector. We have started reporting to GLAS as well, because GLAS is we are supposed to, AMR is One Health, so you don't expect a country to only submit human health data. You also expect them to submit animal health surveillance data, and so we are working towards that. And that's why the Fleming Fund graciously came to help us in Nigeria to set up our surveillance system, to build our capacity. Because we all know, AMR was not taught to many of us in school. By the time we were in school, there was nothing like AMR. Nobody told me what was AMR. We finished school to now start training ourselves to understand what it entails. And one of the very important opportunities that we had in setting up the surveillance system was the situation analysis that we did. We did a situation analysis in 2016 to help. We reviewed all studies that were done in Nigeria. We wanted to find out what has been done across sectors, because AMR cuts across human health, animal health, and the environment. So we wanted to see whether studies have been done across board. And it suffices you to say that there were limited studies. Most of the studies were either focused on humans or other studies focused in animals, and maybe some in animals and environment, some in humans and environment, but we really didn't see studies that were cutting across board human, animal, and environment. And so Fleming Fund is helping us to achieve that. And that's why we have the Fleming Fund country grants. Blessing was the one who gave us a goodwill message. She's from the country grant. Then we have the fellowship scheme. The fellowship scheme is to build capacity of fellows to be able to drive the system. And you see, we are all in the system. Like I lead AMR surveillance at the Animal Health Technical Working Group, meaning that if our capacities are not built, what will we be telling the stakeholders? How do we take ownership? Because we have funders coming to help Nigeria, but many times sustainability is key. They help us, they bring their monies, they set up a system for us. The moment they pull out their money, the system collapses. So we need to take ownership and we need to build capacity. And that's why we decided that our funders insisted that after training us, we need to step down this training so that others in the workforce, because not everybody will have the opportunity to become a Fleming Fund Fellow. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality. Not everybody will have that opportunity. So those of us that have been privileged to have that opportunity should also train others. And as we train you, we expect you to also go back to your respective institutions and train people. Let's keep spreading the news of AMR. Recently, we celebrated the Antibiotics Awareness Week. And many of the fellows had to be on air on different radio programs. I was shocked at one of the programs because Nigerians are not aware. We want to change behavior, but before you can change an individual's behavior about doing something that he does wrongly, person first needs to understand the dangers. My colleague, Dr. Damlola, had said a lot in setting the scene. There are a lot of dangers there involved in resistance. Where you will appreciate it is when you are in the hospital and doctors are giving you different antibiotics and you are not responding. I want to say at this point that I did a study, and that study was giving birth to because of one of the gaps that was identified in the NAP. I was part of those that did the situation analysis, and I also was privileged to be part of those that wrote the National Action Plan that we are implementing for the country today. And one of the gaps that I identified that gave birth to my study was that there was no study cutting across board human, animal, and environment. And I decided to go that way. I'm a veterinarian by profession, and I'm a trained epidemiologist. So I decided that I was going to collect data from people that work in poultry, from people that work in poultry farms, from the farm itself, from the birds on the farm, and from the environment. And let me see whether there is any link. Because you read studies that say the animal health is the problem. If we deal with it in animal health, humans will not get it. But that is not true. Because even the humans, we have a behavior problem. The behavior problem is you go to the hospital, you see a doctor, the doctor writes a prescription for you. You don't finish your medication. You take it for 3 days, you feel better, you dump the medicine. That is a danger. Because tomorrow when that same drug is prescribed, it will not work. The drug is targeted at clearing the organisms from your system. You took it for 3 days. The organisms have not been cleared. They are still there. Then you stop. Those organisms develop thicker. Oh yeah, now, come next time. Next time you give that drug, it won't work. And we don't want to go back to the Stone Age where small wound we refuse to heal. One of my senior colleagues who has retired from service called me when I did my work, and I published 2 papers from my work, and I shared my publication. He said, come, I want to ask you a question. Do you know when I had my bone injury, they kept saying it's not healing. It's not, he left from Nigeria, went to the UK. They said it's infection. Which infection? It was resistance. They kept changing his antibiotics. He was not recovering, even in the UK. We don't want to get to that because people are looking at AMR is not killing me today, so I should not do anything about it. But it's a danger. In my study, I discovered that an individual, I collected samples from apparently healthy individuals who work in the farm with chickens. Poultry is one of the sectors, food animals. I'm talking about food animals, so I'm just setting the scene. Poultry is one of the food animals that antibiotics is abused the most. They take the chicken day one, they start loading that chicken from the hatchery with antibiotics because the farmer says, I don't want to lose my money, all this money that I have spent. This chicken will just die now. So let me start pumping them. They get to the farm, they put it in their water, they drink it. They get to the food, they put it inside. Then this chicken will lay eggs. Antibiotics is in the egg. The egg will go to the market. Me and you will buy it. I'm not sick. The drug that they have given that chicken that it has put inside the egg, I will eat it with the egg. When I am now sick, the same drug doctor will prescribe for me in hospital, I will use that drug. It will not work. Those are the realities of what we are talking about. This is the danger. And we need to start spreading the gist. Nigerians need to start changing their behavior. And laboratory is the way to go. Because AMR, until you do a laboratory test, isolate the organism, do sensitivity test to say which antibiotic is this organism sensitive to, And which one is it resistant to? Let me give you my own personal experience. I was ill. I went to National Hospital. When I got to the hospital, I saw the doctor. The doctor said, okay, they did everything. He said, okay, we'll collect your sample, we'll do stool MCLs, we'll do blood, we'll do this. But while we are waiting, because this is some of the issues, the doctors are faced, I want to save this patient. But I'm also laboratory turnaround time is another key challenge. When is this result going to come out from the lab so that I tell this patient what this patient is supposed to take? The doctor said, start augmenting. I started augmenting. Then when my results came out from the lab, they said, Madam, you have Klebsiella infection, Klebsiella pneumonia, and we have done sensitivity. And Klebsiella pneumonia is not, augmentin is not susceptible. It is resistant already. I had already developed, the Klebsiella pneumonia that was giving me infection was already resistant to augmentin in me. So there was no way augmentin could save me. So they had to change my line of treatment to ciprofloxacin because the lab had suggested that ciprofloxacin was the right medication for the now, that after they did sensitivity, it cleared all the Klebsiella. So they said, place her on Cipro and she'll recover. And truly, they placed me on Cipro and I recovered. And that's why we're telling doctors, please change your methodology. Change your adapt stewardship patterns. Change your style of treating patients. Do sensitivity because it will save patients so that you will not have abused the antibiotics when the patient did not need it, when the drug will not work. And then tomorrow when the patient now needs that drug for another organism, there will be resistance and then the patient will die. We don't pray for that. Slide 1. What is antimicrobial resistance? This has already been overflowed. We say it is when microorganisms such as bacteria, viruses, change their way that render the medications that used to cure them, the medication now no longer work. That's what we are saying. And when microorganisms become resistant to most of the antibiotics, we call them superbugs because they've already become super. There's nothing you want to give them that will kill them. Next slide, please. What is antimicrobial resistance surveillance? Now we are saying surveillance. We are saying it tracks changes in microbial populations. What are these microbials? Viruses. Before we said antibiotics. Now we're not saying antibiotics. We're saying antimicrobials because we are talking about viruses. We're talking about bacteria. We're talking about fungi. We're talking about parasites. Like malaria. People are already developing resistance to malaria medication. So it's one of the issues. People are already developing resistance to different antifungals. Somebody has eczema. He has they say go and use this medication. He has already developed resistance to it. So these are the issues. So surveillance, we need to track changes in the microbial populations that permit the early detection of resistant strains of public health importance and support the prompt notification and investigation. So if we don't track, how do we know there is a problem? There was a time there was this listeria outbreak in South Africa, and they notified the whole world, stop importing food products from South Africa. If South Africa did not have a good surveillance system to pick it, we would have been in trouble. Because Nigeria is a greater importer of things. Everything, including matches, including toothpick, we import. And then we endanger our population. And then we don't have a system that can track these things to help safeguard the lives of our people. So it's very, very important. We need to have a system that does that. Next slide, please. So what is surveillance? Because before you can talk about antimicrobial resistance surveillance, you first of all need to understand what is surveillance. And public health surveillance is the ongoing. So it does not stop. It's a continuous process. So ongoing is systematic. You do it in a particular way. You don't just do it haphazardly. There is a process, okay? Systematic collection. You collect information, data. Collection of data. Back, please. Analysis. If you collect this data and it lies down in your lab, you don't analyze it. You don't put it on a tool that can analyze it and make sense out of it. You have just wasted your time. Okay? So it's the ongoing systematic collection, analysis, interpretation. You need to interpret that data for it to make sense to anybody. Of health data to help guide public health decision making and action. We say it is data for public health action. The information that we are generating needs to help guide our policies so that we can change our behavior, change the way we do things in our healthcare system and move forward. Next slide, please. So we went to Denmark, and the whole purpose of going to Denmark is to see a country that has already done this and has succeeded. How did they do it? So they have the Dan map. And I thank my colleague, Dr. Damlola Dewusi, who has already told you plenty gist about the Denmark. So my own is just to tell you what they did relating to food surveillance in food animals. The Denmark is the Danish Integrated Antimicrobial Resistance Monitoring and Research Program. It's for the Danish government, the Denmark system. It was established by the Danish Ministry of Food Agriculture and Fisheries and the Danish Ministry of Health. You already see collaboration there. That's why for our own AMR surveillance system, NCDC is the coordinating body. NCDC coordinates all stakeholders, okay? The AMR Secretariat is domiciled in NCDC. But it's a multi-stakeholder sector. So we have people, we have representatives and key stakeholders from Federal Ministry of Agriculture. We have our National Action Plan. That document was produced by the three ministries: Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, and Ministry of Environment, and signed by the three ministers. So that document is our working document for Nigeria, and that's what we are implementing. So like the Denmark people, we have done our own. They are collaborating. You can see it's Danish Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Fisheries, and the Danish Ministry of Health. And what was their aim? What did they set out to do? To investigate associations between the use of antimicrobial agents in animals and humans, and to investigate the occurrence of resistance among bacteria from animals, food, and humans, farm to table. You know that when an animal is slaughtered, the jurisdiction of that animal from when it is alive to when it is slaughtered and it is at the abattoir is the responsibility of the veterinarian. If you go to any functioning abattoir, you should find veterinarians on duty doing what we call meat inspection. They first of all inspect the animal when the animal is still healthy, alive in the lairage, before the animal is taken into the slaughter. Before the animal is slaughtered, they first of all examine, is this animal healthy enough to be slaughtered? If they say, okay, it's certified pass, goes into the slaughter, is slaughtered. When they open up this animal, the veterinarian needs to come and check the organs. Is everything okay? Is there tuberculous lung? Because we have bovine tuberculosis, which you can get by consuming a tuberculous lung that you bought in the market. So the veterinarian's job is at the point at which the animal is slaughtered, okay? But when it becomes packaged food, the jurisdiction no longer lies with the Ministry of Federal Ministry of Agriculture. The jurisdiction now lies with our Food and Drug, which is NAFDA, because it's already meat, it's packaged. It's now in the supermarket, so it's another person's responsibility. So you can see why they are saying investigate the occurrence of resistant bacteria from animals, food, which could be food of animal origin, and humans. So we are tracing it from farm to the table. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the Denmark surveillance system. This is how it is. You can see food up there. You can see chicken. You can see a bottle there, maybe drink or whatever it is. Then you can see the animals, cow, chicken, and pig. And then you can see the whole humans. And you see how their surveillance system works. So they have a regional food control laboratory. They collect samples there. They collect samples at the slaughter plant. So they, in their own system, they collect samples when animals are slaughtered. Their system is very organized. And then they send the samples to the lab, the private labs. They also have farmers on the farm, okay, sending samples. So maybe in their own system, farmers have private slaughters, and they also send in samples from these animals, from live animals to the private labs. And then this is the isolates from the organism. Now, when you collect, we are talking about resistance, right? And we're talking about antimicrobial resistance. So we are talking about microbes. So you collect this sample. What are you looking for? You're looking for microorganisms. We have what we call indicator organisms. An example of an indicator organism is E. coli. You go to the hospital now, they collect your sample and they see E. coli, the doctor will say there's no problem. There's no problem because E. coli is a commensal. It stays in your guts. It helps you in the digestion of your food. E. coli is not supposed to be a danger to anybody. But I'm sorry to say that E. coli today has revolved over time. We have so abused antibiotics that people that are not sick, their E. coli that is supposed to be helping them to break down their food has developed resistance to commonly used antibiotics. So it can mutate. It can now become a pathogen. When it can now produce virulence genes, then that person is in trouble. Because normally it's not supposed to be harmful. It's supposed to be harmless, just there, helping you break your food down, so you can go to toilet and everything is fine. Then because of our behavior, we have exposed it to all sorts of antibiotics that we take. You now say, okay, it acquires resistance. And that's why Damlola said in her presentation that resistance can spread. You can go to the hospital, you are healthy, like you're going to pick resistance. Maybe a patient is having a very difficult antimicrobial that has refused to obey antibiotics. And the doctors have done their best. Maybe you went to visit the patient. You can leave that hospital with that organism if we don't maintain hygiene. And that's why we are preaching infection prevention and control, even in the hospital. So you yourself, protect yourself. Hand hygiene saves. Because you don't know what is in that system. And because resistance can spread, you need to also be aware that you need to also protect yourself by maintaining good hand hygiene. So, like I was saying, we have the food, food animals, and the humans. These three groups have different ministries. You have the Danish Veterinary Food Administration. You have the Technical University of Denmark, the National Food Institute. You see collaboration across both, and everything is that they are generating data on resistance, on microorganisms, and they are using indicator organisms. So in Denmark, they are using E. coli as an indicator, because when you want to find out whether there is a problem, use something that normally on a good day should not cause a problem. When that thing that is not supposed to cause a problem, you have seen that it's already changing, like it's going to become a danger. That's how you will know that there is a problem. If you use pathogens, you already know that pathogens will cause disease. But normally, E. coli is not supposed to cause disease. So if that E. coli is already changing and becoming dangerous, then it is going to raise an alert that there is a problem and we need to do something. So part of the indicator organisms that they use is E. coli, they use Salmonella, they use Enterococcus species, Enterococcus faecalis, and then Campylobacter as part of their indicator. So they all come together every year to come up with a report. All the sectors bring their data, then they will write so that they can advise their government on how to move forward. So their document, their surveillance document, is a work of collaborative effort. It's not just one ministry. So we are learning from their own experience, and we are hoping that at the end of our fellowship, we will have a document. I don't know what we will call it, whether it's Nigerian map, whatever we want to call it. We will have our own document. That's why fellows are in different beneficiary institutions, and you see that we have human and animal health. So we will bring, including food, so we'll bring all the things that we have, all the information we have generated, and advise government, provide recommendations so that we can have good policies that will safeguard the health of our people. Next slide, please. Yes, so in the Danish surveillance system, they collect samples from chickens. So in chickens, they collect meat, that's food. And at slaughter, they collect cecal samples. So when you kill the chicken, when you open up the chicken, the cecal is part of its large intestine. So inside the cecum, they open the cecum. Instead of allowing the chicken, because the digestion, the food will still come out as fecal sample. But instead of waiting for the fecal sample to come out from the anus of the chicken, they just go into the digestive system and take a scoop. The reason is this. You know, at the outer part, there can be different contamination. So you cannot say that thing came from inside that chicken. So to be sure that these indicator organisms that they are looking for is from inside the chicken, they take it from the cecum. It's also like stool. It's already formed, like stool sample. So they take it. Then for food, they take the meat of the chicken. Okay? Then they take cecal samples and fecal samples also from cows at slaughter, at their slaughterhouses, and from pigs too. So these are the animals they use for their surveillance system. Next slide, please. And then these are the indicator organisms, I've mentioned them, that they use for their surveillance. Enterobacter, Salmonella, E. coli, and Campylobacter. So these organisms gives them an indication that, you know, everything is okay. If normally we have Salmonella, what causes typhoid? Salmonella typhi. So we know that normally you shouldn't find Salmonella typhi in an apparently healthy person, except for this woman called Mary Typhi. Mary what? Mary Typhoid, Abby? Fell tips in the house. Typhoid Mary. Typhoid Mary that the Salmonella did not give her typhoid, but she was busy spreading it. So that's just how to tell you that resistance can spread, and we can be the ones, spreading it. So we need to embrace infection prevention and control. Please, next slide. Analysis. So when they collect their data, like I said, the surveillance circle. Remember the circle. Surveillance is what? Somebody help me. What's surveillance? Public health surveillance. Public health surveillance. Tell me, what's public health surveillance? Where are my healthy people? Oh yeah, help me.
Public health surveillance means systematic collection, interpretation and analysis and interpretation of public health data to inform decision and dissemination.
Thank you. So the point I want to stress is ongoing collection, Abi. Then you collate. When you collate, you do what? You analyze. So they also have a plan to do their data analysis. And when they started their surveillance system in 1995, they used to report their data paper. Okay? You see, we are now in the electronic age. So they moved from data reports in 1995 to electronic data submission on the isolate. So every isolate that they collect, that they isolate from these samples, okay, when they isolate E. coli, for example, they know that, okay, from this sample we saw E. coli. Which type of E. coli did we see in this sample? Is it commensal E. coli or is it extended spectrum beta-lactam E. coli? And the only way to know the difference is after you have collected the E. coli, your method of isolation, because you use different media to grow different organisms. Okay, so if you add an antibiotics called cefotaxime to a McConkey agar plate, it will only grow E. coli that is likely to be extended spectrum beta-lactam E. coli. Meaning that in the presence of that antibiotic, if that E. coli can still grow, it's a danger now. Because cefotaxime is a third generation cephalosporin. It's not a drug that the doctor should give you immediately you say something is wrong with you. Those are our last resort drugs. So we want to now know, and now I'm telling you now, we have E. coli that is already resistant to this third and fourth generations. When did they produce new antibiotics last? So we are getting into trouble if we don't change. And we don't want to go back to the Stone Age where small wound was killing people. We don't want that to happen. Where they will give you, it will not work. In most systems, they don't even give you antibiotics. Antibiotics is the last thing that they give you. But in Nigeria, I can go to a pharmacy and tell you, give me augmentin, add ciprotab to it, let me do concussion, add everything. These things have implications. So they moved from data on paper to electronic data submission. Now for isolate, when you now isolate that one organism, you will do susceptibility testing. You want to find out the profile, the antibiotic profile of that organism that you have isolated. Is it resistant to gentamicin? We have a class of antibiotics that we normally test, and we have our guidelines. So for Nigeria, we have adopted the CLSI, clinical CL, laboratory. Somebody help me. CLSI. CLSI. Okay, we shall know CLSI. It's a laboratory standard document, okay? And we have the UCAS. UCAS it was developed by the Europeans, okay? So countries have to decide which of these standards they are going to use, because both standards usually give us cutoff points, okay, for clinical isolate. So when you collect an isolate, when you isolate an organism, you need to check its resistance profile. But you need to know at what point you will say this isolate is resistant to this antibiotic, or it is sensitive, or it is intermediate. So these guidelines give us different breakpoints. So the breakpoints are what guide our decision. So as a country, Nigeria, we have adopted the CLSI. If you go to many labs in Nigeria, ask them, what standard are you using? They'll tell you CLSI. Many people are not using UCAS, but they have both have advantages and disadvantages, and I don't want to go into that right now. So the point I'm trying to say that is, for each isolate, you get the resistance profile, and that will now tell you whether that isolate is resistant or susceptible. If it's resistant to an antibiotic, then no matter what you do, let the heavens come down. If you use that resistant antibiotic, you cannot kill that organism. But when you have done your resistance profile, you can now say, okay, it's sensitive to this one. Okay, let's use this one that is sensitive to, meaning that it will clear it. Okay? We will have more trainings, and as we do our trainings, we will have the opportunity to. We also have lab fellows on this call, so they're also going to make presentations before we finish this step down training. So some of the grammar that I'm speaking now, the lab people are going to break it down to smaller level English so that we can share what we're saying. The next thing is the data. Not the next time. Data files. Now, in those days, they collect their data on Excel sheet for analysis. But in 2010, WHO came up with a software called the WHONet, and it was developed by the WHO Collaboration Center for Surveillance of Antimicrobial Resistance. So this WHONet has been made in a form in which you can put in those resistance, as you do for one isolate, you can put gentamicin resistant, ampicillin susceptible, ciprofloxacin resistant. You can now enter for each isolate, you can enter it on this software, okay, in real time, and then you can also do it and send, or you can work online or offline. Nigeria is already using this platform in the labs that Dr. Biodun talked about in human health to report to GLASS. WHONet has provisions for animal health as well. Like I said, we are just still starting. We have not gotten to the level of even generating the data that we want to start, reporting. Next slide, please. So this is our National Action Plan. I took this from the National Action Plan. Our National Action Plan has a National AMR Steering Committee, and at the AMR Secretariat, like I said earlier on, is at the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. And we now have the National Antimicrobial Resistance Technical Working Group, okay? This National Action Plan has 5 focus areas. We have education and awareness. We are celebrating our Antibiotics Awareness Week this week. Surveillance is number 2. And now I'm talking about surveillance. Biodun has talked about surveillance in human health. I'm talking about surveillance in animal health. And then we have hygiene, infection prevention and control, and biosecurity. We have antimicrobial stewardship. We have research and development. Let's move to the next slide. I just wanted to highlight that. So for our focus area 2, I've given us an example of what Denmark people do. This is what we do. We are doing in Nigeria. We have come back we have left Denmark and we have arrived in Nigeria. We have done our National Action Plan. So our focus area number 2 is surveillance. And the first thing we have to do in our National Action Plan for our surveillance is to set up a national surveillance system for AMR. Human health has gone far. We are setting up our own, so we are coming up. The second thing is to strengthen institutional capacity for early AMR detection and trend monitoring in the country. The third thing is to build laboratory capacity to produce high-quality microbiological data to support surveillance across all the sectors. Okay. And then contribute to global surveillance. That's when we report to GLASS, because GLASS is the global antimicrobial surveillance system. And then build and implement a research agenda for AMR burden assessment. Next slide, please. So in the animal health sector, we are fellows. And for my own fellowship, I'm supposed to do a project. So because we are trying to set a surveillance system and we are starting from ground zero, we need to generate baseline data to even give us an idea of what's happening, on how we need to approach this surveillance that it will work. Borrowing a leaf from the Danish system, the Denmark surveillance looked at cows, right? So this is beef cattle. And for my own pilot project, I am looking at collecting cecal samples from beef cattle slaughtered at Lagos and Abuja. And I want to tell you that the reason we were told to do 2 locations was so that we can compare what happens. Nigeria is a big country. I cannot say what happens in Abuja works for Lagos. And from my own experience, I've been on the field. I'm sorry to say that the behavior is different. The way people behave at the slaughterhouse in Abuja is different from the way they behave in Lagos. In fact, Lagos is a madhouse. That, I'm sorry to say, but that is the situation. That's the reality on ground. So we are doing this so that we can now tell our government, if we are going to, whatever we are going to design for Abuja will not be the same way we will design for Lagos. We have to now look at the peculiarities of the terrain that we are going in to design something that will work. Otherwise, it will be failure before we even start. Because people have different cultures, people have different behavior, people have different perception to accepting change, okay? And we need to collect, I said sickle samples. I needed to collect sickle samples. In Abuja, no stress, just with the management, they just told the butchers, they just told them, oh, somebody is going to come and collect samples. I worked with their staff, but in Lagos, to collect that same sample I collected with ease in Abuja. They were telling me that, madam, I bought my cow. You can't come and say you want to take sample inside my cow. You have to pay to take sample from inside my cow. It's my cow. It's my cow. So that's our situation. So we have to find a way. Of course, with the help of the Lagos state government, we're able to do something in Lagos. But I'm just telling us that we are looking at our own realities. We have been to Denmark. We have seen how their own system works without wahala. But our own Nigerian system, we are praying to God that it will work. Okay, so we have started. And we've collected samples. For beef cattle, we are looking at E. coli. We are looking at commensal E. coli. We are looking at ESBL E. coli. That's the E. coli that will grow in the presence of an antibiotic. That's the ESBL one. And it's a third generation cephalosporin. And then we're also looking at salmonella. And I'm glad to tell you that we've got plenty. In fact, for this work, I collected samples in humans that work there. I collected samples from the cows at slaughter. And I collected samples from the environment because we said AMR is One Health. We want to see whether the profile we are finding in the humans that work there and the profile that we are seeing in the cows that we are eating and the profile of the environment where these people are, where these animals are slaughtered, whether it's even safe in the first place. So by the time we are done, we will come up with our reports. And that report will help guide policy or inform policy in the country. So when I've finished isolation, I am already performing susceptibility testing. And I am sorry to say that we have so many ESBL E. coli. Not only in the cows that we have slaughtered for food, but also in the environment where these cows are slaughtered. Also in the people that are slaughtering the cow. They are not sick, but they are already resistant to third generation cephalosporins. So I wonder what will now happen if such individuals now go to the hospital and they are really sick and they really need an antimicrobial. It might not work. Okay. Then, like I said, we are using the CLSI as a laboratory standard for antimicrobial susceptibility testing. That's the meaning of ASTs, antimicrobial susceptibility testing. Next slide, please. So this is just a picture. That's the abattoir in Abuja. I've completed sampling. I have completed isolation of the organism. It was also a collaborative project with my colleague, Dr. Damlola Adewusi from NAFDAC. You can see her in the picture. We were at the Lagos abattoir. We were administering questionnaires to the butchers. And we had to give Lagos, their wahala is plenty. So we had to give them incentive. Before they will agree, we had to bring... they tell them we want to check their BP for them so that we can do free medical check. So we had a qualified nurse with us. That was, in Abuja, we didn't have any incentive. We didn't give Abuja any incentive. Just told them what we wanted to do. And they said, yeah, come and take. Give us sample bottle. You want stool? We'll give you the stool now. So Abuja behavior is different from Lagos behavior. So when we are designing things for Nigeria, we have to consider the culture. We have to consider the behavior of the population that we are targeting so that whatever we do eventually works. Next slide, please. So like I said, we're looking at prevalence of E. coli, ESBL, E. coli, and salmonella among slaughterhouse workers and among beef cattle. And for the humans, we collected 118 samples in both Lagos and Abuja. For the cows, we collected 272 samples. Environmental samples have increased, so the total sample size as I speak is 448, not 420. I didn't edit that.
And then going forward, we're supposed to do, we have almost completed antimicrobial susceptibility testing. So the next thing we would do is to sequence those isolates to see whether the genes of those isolates, whether they are related, whether there's any resemblance between what we saw in the humans with what we saw in the environment, with what we saw in the animals. Because we need, data collection for surveillance is for public health action. And to convince our principals and our government to change, we need to have convincing data to show that this is a problem. And once we are able to, that's why we have to continue collecting data so that we can make a case and inform policy. Next slide, please. So for I talked about beef. So this is poultry. For poultry, a lot of Fleming Fund fellows are working on poultry. I'm not highlighting what they are doing right now because I just wanted to emphasize that the Fleming Fund country grant is targeted at helping us with poultry surveillance. Okay, so they have made some tremendous achievements. We have, for our AMR surveillance system in the animal health sector, we have a reference lab. And our reference lab is the National Veterinary Research Institute in VOM, Jos. And we also have 7 sentinel labs, which are veterinary teaching hospitals. 6 of them are veterinary, 5 of them are veterinary teaching hospitals in Ahmad Bello University, Zaria, in University of Maiduguri, in University of Ibadan, in UNN, what's that? UNN, what's it? University of Nigeria. It's not there. Not in Maiduguri. Sokoto, sorry. So let me say it again for the records. ABU, Zaria, Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, University of Ilorin, University of Ibadan, and UNN. University of Nigeria, Nsukka, 5, so that they are in strategic locations. And then we have a lab within the National Veterinary Research Institute, which is their central diagnostic lab, which is also going to serve as a sentinel site. Okay, so that lab is having 2 functions. It's serving as a sentinel site and the reference lab. The reference lab is different from the sentinel lab. They are all within the institute. Okay, and then we have a fisheries lab because Fleming Fund country grant is also supporting Nigeria with AMR surveillance and AMR antimicrobial use in aquaculture. Okay, there are 7, 5 veterinary teaching hospitals, 1 central diagnostic lab within the NVRI, that's 6, and the 7th lab is the fisheries lab, which is 7. So we have 7 labs. And then, of course, we'll do, so the organisms targeted for surveillance for poultry are E. coli, Salmonella, Campylobacter, and Enterococcus, just like what the Denmark people did. We are also doing the same. And we're also going to be doing antimicrobial susceptibility testing on the isolates when we have eventually started. We haven't started collecting samples, and then whole genome sequencing of the isolates to tell us more about the genes of those isolates. Next slide, please. So achievements. A lot has, Fleming Fund has helped us with a lot. They've also helped us in training. Before I get here, we have developed an AMR, national AMR surveillance guideline for the animal health sector. That's one big achievement. And then, so we also have trainings have been done on AMR surveillance protocol in poultry so that people who are going to go out there to collect samples, we know exactly what they're going to do and all the likes. Trainings have also been done on bacterial identification and antimicrobial susceptibility testing. So the lab people that are going to work on the isolates have already been trained on how to identify these bacteria so that we are all doing the same thing across board. And then how they are going to do the susceptibility testing. They have also been trained. Fleming Fund helped us with that. And then they're also supporting our labs because when they came, like Biodun said, they did an assessment of our labs and then they saw the things that needed to be upgraded. So currently they are in the phase of upgrading the labs, renovating the labs, buying equipment that are not there that are required for the surveillance and all that. So they're really helping us because before we start, lab is key. Without lab, there's no AMR surveillance. If you don't have lab, because that's where you are going to isolate the organism. That's when you are going to do the susceptibility testing. So you need to build manpower in the lab. You need to also have right equipment to be able to function. And then we had ongoing review of standard operating procedures for the AMR surveillance. You know, you need protocol so that everybody is doing the same thing. You need to have standard operating procedure that all the labs will be following, and you are sure that we are all saying the same thing. So that when we are reporting, it's not that I did my own in a particular way. You did your own in a particular way. It's standardized. We are all doing the same thing. And then whatever data we generate, can now say this is for Nigeria. And then we also, we've developed the external quality assurance guidelines to kickstart the process of external quality assurance. Like Biodun said in our presentation, we need to do external quality assurance. I was in the lab once when they sent them, I was asking, how do they do this external quality assurance? They said they send them unknown isolates. The person that sends the isolate knows what he sends. Let's say I send you salmonella. I don't tell you salmonella. I just say isolate A. I send it to your lab. I send it to lab in Ibadan. I send it to lab in Zaria. I say, all of you, tell me what is isolate A. If you tell me back what is isolate A, that means your lab is doing the correct thing. So another lab is assessing you, kind of. In layman's language, that's what external, something like that. So another lab is checking you whether you are doing the correct thing. So if you don't tell them that it's salmonella that they sent to you, then that means there's something wrong with your process, whether your procedures, whether your whatever you do in your lab. So it's important that we do external quality. And it's another external lab that will come and assess what you're doing. So we are on the way to getting it done in the animal health sector. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're also going to do AMR surveillance in pigs. And another Fleming Fund fellow, Dr. Charles Emejuru, is going to be generating our baseline data for animal health from pigs. And he is going to be collecting fecal samples and sock samples. I didn't remember that. Sock sample is for the environment. It's going to wear something like a socks on his boots and walk around to be able to, and then whenever he takes that off, that sock sample, they will now culture whatever is on that socks. Tell us what's in the environment. And he's collecting fecal samples from pigs in Lagos and Nasarawa, like I said, just to compare the two locations, whether what works in Lagos, whether the behavior of the pig farmers in Lagos is synonymous with those in Nasarawa, or we need to modify whatever we do to make the surveillance system work. And the organisms that are targeted for surveillance are ESBL, E. coli, and Salmonella species. And also antibiotic susceptibility testings will be done on the isolates, and whole genome sequencing will also be performed. Next slide, please. Then lastly, AMR surveillance in the animal health sector. We're looking at aquaculture. Like I said, Fleming Fund is supporting Nigeria with AMR surveillance in aquaculture. So we're hoping that when this eventually starts, they are still doing at the moment, they are doing situation analysis of the aquaculture sector to find out exactly what's happening there and how to come in with modalities. They are also carrying out some surveys. So when the surveillance kickstarts itself, samples will be collected from fish farms and processed in, we have the fisheries lab in Lagos. That's where the processing will be done. And the organisms that we're targeting for surveillance in aquaculture are Aeromona species and Vibro species. And susceptibility testing will also be performed on the isolates, and whole genome sequencing will be performed as well. Next slide, please. Yes, I want to acknowledge my Chief Veterinary Officer of Nigeria, Dr. Alabi Olanino, for allowing us to be Fleming Fund fellows in the first place. And Dr. Peter Omana is our boss. He was here earlier in the morning. He supervises what we do in AMR. And Dr. Odunze is my immediate boss. And my mentor is Professor Rene Hendrickson at the Denmark Technical University. The entire management team of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development for approving that we will be part of this fellowship program. The Denmark Technical University, and for all that they did for us while we were there. The Fleming Fund Fellowship Scheme for giving us the opportunity. The National Reference Lab, Gaduwa, and Dr. Chikwe in particular, and Mrs. Mba for allowing me to use the facility. I'm not a staff of NCDC, but if you see me in Gaduwa, you will think I am an NCDC staff. There is no segregation between me and them. You don't know I'm an outsider, but I have received very cordial relationship from the NCDC, and I really want to say thank you. And the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. Thank you very much. So at this point,
Okay, it's time for lunch.
Okay, so thank you very much. Another round of applause for Dr. Mabel. That was a very informative one for us. I think according to COVID-19 guidelines, we're just being told that we won't be going to queue for the lunch so that we'll not have people crowding together. So I think the staff will come around to ask what you want, and it's to be served in takeaway packs. Thank you very much. No, are they using plate? Okay, can we go in maybe 5? So maybe we should start from the back, like in 4s or 5s, so that we can have it done systematically. Thank you. Hope we have not bored you.
Of us came very late, and we had what do you call it? Pre-test. I've not done my pre-test. Raise your hand. You will do it before you eat your food. I know you have gotten a lot of information now, so you should get 100%. I've not done my pre-test. I've not done my pre-test. Because we will tell your bosses that then they send you here. We will tell them you didn't do our pre-test. And you will do pre-test and you will do post-test. You are only permitted to fail pre-test. We are not permitted to fail.
Okay. For the lunch, it will be served in packs, please. There are 5 people there. There's someone. When the 5 people are out, another set of 5 can go in. Thank you. Sorry, 5 people can go in now. We are waiting. Next row.
This one, presentation, yes, but you're not opening it now. Just highlight it. Okay, you can give it to me. Great. And what are you confirming?